massive value, as I would say, in every way. So, gonna start with the app that I finished yesterday. I got the link down in the description. It's called the Trend Friend, and it's looking at not RSI, but it's looking at the moving averages. So essentially, I got it in the screen behind me, and here's what it is. Basically, you can go and you can type in the name of any stock. So I'm gonna do let's see, how about Nike? It's getting the data and it's telling me the market is undecided. Yeah, Nike's been kind of undecided for a while. That makes sense. It's been kind of like bouncing around what looks like the bottom of a range to me. But as you can see, if you're not experienced investor, you're not going to really understand this stuff. Like if you're a beginner investor, and that's the people that I'm trying to help, I'm trying to get abundance for everybody. I'm trying to really show people that there's a lot of abundance out here. Just stay clear from the scarcity mindset, thinking that, that there's not enough for everybody, that, for some people to win, other people have to lose, that, that if somebody's like doing well, they must have done something wrong, or they must have cheated or something like that. Like anybody that's doing good, I mean, you don't really know. I mean, obviously, if they're doing something wrong, that's on them, and then they got to face that karma. But if you see someone doing better than you, then you should be happy for them. If you see someone getting more than you, then you should be happy for them. And then that's abundance. That's like you're more likely to see more. So for sure, I'm going to show you how this works. You put in the name of the stock that you're looking for, and it's going to tell you that the market is undecided on this one. So let's see. All right, yeah. Market is undecided. If it were looking good, it would be a green label. If it were looking bad, and this is all for like for beginners, I only think it's good to focus on buying. So let's see here. Just want to make sure that I'm live. Looks like I'm live in YouTube. And yesterday I had a bunch of problems with the stream. I just set up a new computer to have things working better. Hopefully the volume is clear. Hopefully the picture is clear. And I think I got a better setup altogether. But yeah, I'm going to keep making it better. And you're going to keep seeing improvements as I go, so everything can flow and look right. So yeah, as always, if you got any questions, any comments, whatever, go ahead and paste it in so that we all can win. So yeah, looking back at this is the chart for Nike. Nike, obviously the clothing company, the swoosh logo. So yeah, this is showing you that each one of these lines, like the red and green lines, is essentially 1 day of time. And like I just programmed this yesterday, set up this app. So this is going to show you the chart of the last, like I think this started like 1990, so like 35 years of data. And essentially it's showing you the chart with these lines, which are the moving averages. And if you're a beginner, you probably don't know what these are or how to read them. So this app is going to do all that for you. So not only is it going to read them for you and give you essentially like a decision on what this particular indicator means, but then when you scroll down, it's going to give you based on looking at 858 similar days in the past. Similar days meaning like similar days regarding the price compared to the moving averages, where the price is in regards to the moving averages. It's going back in time all the way to like 35 years back in time, and it's looking at every single instance that is exactly similar to where the price is in regards to where the moving averages are. And it's going to tell you that it's pretty much right now like neutral. So like when it's tested back and looked at the same situation, like a little bit more than half the time it'll go up from here, and a little bit more than half the time it'll go down. So like all these tools are not giving you exact answers. Just like investing, there's no exact, no one knows. Everything's just like likelihoods, and the more different tools that I build, you can check out the description. It's got all the tools that I built so far on this challenge, and you can check them out one at a time. So essentially, put the same stock into each one, and what's going to happen is it's going to tell you some information, and when you add up all that information, it's going to give you a better idea of like what's more likely to happen in the future. So essentially, this is saying that 54.3% of the time, the price went higher after 60 days. So like 60, so like 2 months from now, that's how likely it is that the price is going to go up. And the average return in 2 months from now from this situation on this stock was about 2%. So the best case, the best gain that they ever got from this situation was 58%, and the worst loss was 37%. So what this means for you is some education. When this stock was above the 50-day moving average, but below the 200-day moving average in the past, the next 60 trading days were roughly a coin flip. Positive 54% of the time, the best outcome was a 58% gain. Basically, what I just explained to you. So this is explaining like how someone who is experienced and understands this stuff would read this and would understand it for a beginner. And then even at the bottom, it goes even like more basic, like the colored bars at the shop. The colored bars at the top show each day's price range. The blue line is the average price people paid over the last 50 days, and the orange line is the average price that people paid over the last 200 days. So when the price is above both lines, the trend has historically been positive, and when it's below both, it likely signals weakness. So here is a free tool for anyone to use, and anyone who's viewing, watching this stream. I'm just giving these out free to you guys to test. Leave your comments, questions, suggestions, whatever it's going to be, and then I will make it better. And basically, I'm building out all these tools at first. The first phase of this challenge is I'm going to build out 30 tools. When I started, I didn't even know it was going to be financial tools. I was just trying different things. The first day I made something else, and then I decided like, okay, well, I understand this better. If I hadn't made that first thing and like realized like, okay, this isn't really, I don't really want to go any farther in that direction, I wouldn't have known. So sometimes you just gotta, abundance, you just gotta like try something out, see how it goes, and you might find that it doesn't really flow. So then you just try something else. And then I tried the finance app, and I was like, okay, I'm seeing like I can really provide a lot of value here. I can really help a lot of people with something like this. So yeah, I'm seeing a lot of ways that I can provide value here. So I'm gonna keep doing this and keep it going, keep it flowing. So yeah, that's pretty much that app. Like I said, the description has the link if you want to use that. And I guess now I'm getting into the next thing, which will be starting the next app. Gonna show you guys how I'm a beginner and I'm just starting with this. And most of the people out here that are doing these kind of challenges, that I've only really seen maybe like 2 or 3 other people doing something like this. But even the people that make videos on basically using AI for coding, like these people are experienced coders. So a lot of that, because I was a beginner a month ago, I didn't know anything about anything for coding. And when I would watch those videos, I didn't really understand it. Like most of it, 90% of it just was like way more than I could like process. I didn't know anything they were talking about. So I went down and spent like a month just like, learning this stuff, just looking at like how coding works, just learning the basics, all that kind of stuff. And then I started like making my first app, and it was a lot of problems, a lot of bugs, learned a lot, and each app I'm learning more and each app is getting better. So essentially, this is phase one, the apps. Phase two, I'm thinking I'm gonna make something to link them all together, make some kind of site, and essentially, monetize it. Make it so that it's worth people's money. Make it so that I can help people learn and earn. So the next app for today, I'm going to show you guys the whole process because I don't even know what it's going to be. So I want to show you guys the entire process of going from finding an idea to making a live app. And I'm going to use LLMs. I'm going to use AI to help me decide an idea. And the main thing about that is finding an idea where, people have pain points, where people have problems. And in this case, I'm searching for um, beginner investors, people who are new to investing and like what kind of problems they have. And I'm basically going to help them as much as I can. So essentially, I mean, I'm doing different like indicator tools. Um, I think the first step is to kind of like pick a tool that I can use AI to help people with. So the first thing I want to do is pick a technical indicator tool. I think the first one that comes to mind without even like looking at a list is going to be the Fibonacci ratio. And yeah, why don't I just look into that and see if I can do something with that without even looking at a list of tools. That's the first thing that pops into my mind. That's the first idea that I got. So I feel like why not just go with the flow? Why not just see what's going on with that? And all right, so I'm gonna erase all the data from yesterday because I write it down on the board as I go. Um, Yeah, if you've been paying attention, you notice on the journey that basically like I started with a much longer list of steps. I've got like all the steps right here that I'm taking each day to set up these apps. And at first it was like twice as long. I'm starting to like find shortcuts and erase certain steps, and everything's like going quicker and smoother. So you can kind of look back to like what I was doing to start all the different steps, and then look as each day goes by. I try to make it better. So yeah, just trying to get to the cheddar. So all right, so I want to go into the LLM. I'm gonna use Gemini today. Uh, Gemini has been easier for me to communicate with. It's probably just like a personal thing. Everybody communicates differently. I like to describe to people learning AI as like meeting someone who is just like from like a very different place than you that still speaks the same language, but you just like don't understand their phrasing and terminologies and stuff like that. But the more you talk to them, the more you kind of understand how their mind works, and the more you understand like how to communicate with them better. So yeah, I'm gonna go into Gemini and start this out. Hey Gemini, I'm streaming right now, and I'm thinking that the app I want to make today should be for the financial tool called the Fibonacci ratio. Are you familiar with the Fibonacci ratio? Okay, the Fibonacci retracement is what this technical indicator is called, and it essentially uses the Fibonacci ratio. So it's basically the magic geometry of the stock market. It's one of those tools that feels like a mix of math and mysticism, but it's incredibly popular because so many traders and their robots now so use it that it often becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. So what they're saying is like um, so many people that are experienced investors use the Fibonacci ratios that when a price hits like a certain ratio, that a lot of people buy or sell based on the price hitting that ratio. So that tool itself, like all these other tools, actually does like have an effect on these markets. So it's all about like understanding all these different tools and like applying them. So here's a quick understanding of how it works and what I'm going to need to code it. So the logic behind it, the theory is that basically after a big price move up or down, the price will often retrace to a certain percentage of that move before continuing in its original direction. And you can look at this on like a small scale or a bigger scale, like look at a chart that's showing just like, a couple hours at a time, and it'll probably do that, or even like a couple days or a month at a time, and it'll do the same thing. But the longer time frame you're looking at, the more likely it's going to come into effect. So the key ratios are 23.6%, 38.2%, 50%, and this is 50% is not actually a Fibonacci number. You can look up like the Fibonacci ratio. It was like originally invented like ancient people, and then an Italian person kind of reinvented it and named it after themselves, and claims to say they invented it, but actually like ancient India and people were using it like way before that. So and then there's the golden ratio, which is 61.8%, and this is the main one. So if a price holds there, the trend is considered very strong. 78.6% is usually the last line of defense. Usually when a price hits that, when it's going up or even down, that would be like the point that it's usually going to reverse. So here's how the app would calculate it. They would use the math formula for the Fibonacci ratio, and the app is automatically gonna apply this. Most time, most of these tools that I've used up until now have basically been like um, the indicators have been like available for free. You just have to like learn how to apply them and read them yourself. But I know with this one, I've never seen the Fibonacci ratio indicator for free on any kind of free site. Maybe it's out there, but I don't know. But either way, I'm gonna make it if I can. I'm gonna make it so that it automatically applies this ratio to any stock that you look up, and then hopefully be able to backtest to look to see in the past how often that it applied, and what the probability it is for where the stock is in regards to that ratio, so that beginners can understand this without having to learn. Like, I'll just cut the learning time down. Um, and like all these tools, like it'll just make everything easier and quicker for anyone that's looking to understand investing and looking to make their money grow. Like I'm always saying, like you don't even need a lot of money to start out. I mean, you could start out with $10. You start out with $1, honestly. Like there's no trading fees anymore for stocks. You can just get on an app, do it on your phone, do it wherever, go on the internet, set up an account, buy partial shares of stocks, and get started. And just main thing with learning is just getting started and just like picking a stock that you like, uh, putting a little bit of money into it, and then you won't really know if you made the right choice, bought at the right time, until at least like 6 months to a year later, usually. So, yeah, they're telling me that a cool feature I could add, instead of just showing the numbers, I could have the app tell the user, like whatever stock they search for is currently sitting at whatever level, and to say like what zone it is, um, and to say like if it stays above this, then they're saying I should use a rocket ship analogy and say it's still fueled up. But I don't really like Gemini's analogies. Gemini has thrown out a lot of analogies that I don't really relate to. Um, so now AI is telling me would they like me to help me write a quick TypeScript function that takes the price and returns an object with all these levels. Well, first I want to research. I want to research the internet and see what exactly people are saying about beginner investors are saying about this indicator, and why, what they're not understanding and what problems they have. First, I want you to search the internet and see what beginner investors are saying about this tool. Like, what don't they understand about it? What are the problems they have when they're trying to learn how it works? What do they want to know that they don't know? And then I can use that to make the app better. What are their pain points? So they're saying beginners usually see this tool as like some kind of wizard math or magic lines, which makes them either too scared to use it or too trusting of it. So it's like way over their head for understanding how it works, so they don't want to trust it basically, which, yeah, it makes sense to me. I remember as a beginner, this was one of the very last tools that I started using, and I saw like that the a lot of the experts that I would follow um would all use this tool, and I would watch them use it, and I just did not understand like where they're coming up with this. How do they know where to place it on the chart? Like all this stuff, and I was like, man, this is just like super difficult for me to understand. So I didn't use it. I would just like, as a beginner, I kind of started with the easiest ones, which is kind of what I'm doing with these apps. And I feel like I'm probably like going like, I was kind of going order of technical indicators from like easy to more difficult. But now this one just popped into my mind. This is definitely one of the way more difficult ones. So I might be getting in over my head on this app, but I'll be learning a lot either way. And you know, just a couple days ago, or when I started this challenge, I would not have even thought about like trying to make an app for this, because I know how technical and how complicated it is. So the number one problem Gemini is saying people have is beginners don't know where to start. Beginners have no idea which high and low to pick. They see a chart with 50 peaks and they don't know if they should use the peak from this morning or the peak from last month. So they're saying for the app, instead of making the users draw it out, the app should automatically find the most significant high or low for them and call it auto anchor or smart swing. Yeah, that was like the main idea I had, because like it's, have it so it automatically applies it to like the most logical place on the chart. And that's like most of the confusion right there. That's most of like, so like, if you were a beginner and you were trying to understand how to do that, it would take you a long time to like figure that out and get it right. So the next a lot of problems people have is the upside down mistake. So when a price is going down, you want to draw it from high to low, and when the price is going up, you want to draw this from low to high. And beginners almost always do this backwards, which makes the levels useless. So um saying for the app, ask the user, are we going up or down? Then your code handles the math so they can flip it. But it shouldn't have to ask the user. I'm gonna make it, I'm gonna design this app so that it automatically can look at the trend. That's a good thing to add. So like I wouldn't have thought about this before. Not only do I want it to like pick the right spot for the ratio, but I'm also gonna have it do another step where it looks at the overall trend of the market, and then it knows whether the trend is going up or down already before it applies this. Yeah, so that's going to be an extra step. So good thing I looked up these pain points. And the next problem people have is wicks versus bodies confusion. So most beginners ask, do they draw the line at the very top of the candle? And like I was explaining to you guys on this chart, um, these are candles, the and red and green lines. And there's another app that I made before that's going to be in the description, and it's called Candle Coach. And that one is going to help you understand candles. So just even understanding how these candles work is difficult for beginners. And that is like an app where if you're a beginner, you can just type a stock in and it's going to explain pretty much everything you need to know in like 5 seconds about how candles work. So anyways, what they're saying is like if you look at a candle, you see some of them have what they call wicks. Like there's like a box and there's like a line coming up or down or maybe even both on them. So people are saying that they don't know if they should draw the line at the very like top of the candle, the wick, or where the candle closed, the like the body, like the box. So for the app, I should use it's telling me to use the Tango API, just called FPM, which is the new API I used yesterday, which I really like. So also too with these apps, like I'm trying out all the different financial indicator APIs that are out there, and I'm just doing like the free, the free version of it, which only gives you a certain amount of searches a day. And that's cool because I'm just like, I don't want to pay for it until I know like people are actually using certain apps. And I'm also tracking each app to see like how many people click on it, how many people are using it, what functions they're using. Although most of these apps really only have one function right now. So saying that have the API take the daily highs and lows, which includes the wicks. So yeah, it'll basically like use the wick. So like people won't even have to like know. I guess that's not that big a deal. That kind of would have automatically taken care of that when it automatically places the the indicator on the chart. Okay, so analysis paralysis. Beginners say there's too many lines for them to understand. Um, these tools usually show like different percentages, like I was talking about. So the beginners are looking at 5 different lines and they're thinking like which one matters the most or which one should I be concerned with. So for the app, they're saying to use a traffic light system, and that's cool. AI must be remembering because I'm trying to keep one of the I'm trying to keep kind of like all these apps to have like similar designs, and I'm using like a traffic light system to keep it very easy for people. So essentially, like, if it's green, then that's like a good sign. If it's yellow, like I was showing you guys today with the Nike trend friend indicator, that the market's undecided, so it's like doing it in yellow. So that means, like, be cautious. Like, the market doesn't really, it's not really telling you whether it's going to go up or down. It's better probably just to wait in that situation. All right, so the last pain point they came up with was the magic bullet fallacy. So beginners think if a stock hits one of the lines, that it's like means that it has to bounce or it has to do something. And if it doesn't, then they feel like, they feel cheated, like they trusted this chart and it didn't do that. And basically the fix is like add a disclaimer or a confidence score, tell them the whatever line the price is closest to is there, but then like compare it to, they're saying, like the RSI or other indicators. So wait for confirmation. So I don't want to really mix indicators with these apps. I think a better thing to do with this would just be to like I'm trying to tell people on every app is like, I will not phrase the language as like, this means this. I'm going to phrase everything like, okay, this just makes this more likely, so that people understand with everything. Like, none of this is like um basically like saying that like something's going to happen for sure. Everything is just more likelihood. So when you combine all these together, it just gives you a more likely idea of like what's going to happen. So yeah, most people get confused about where to draw the lines. The app is going to scan the last, says 30 days of data, but I think no, I need more data than that. So yeah, I'm going to have it scan at least like a couple of years, I think. Because mainly like that's like 30 days of data, I think would be more for traders, more for advanced people. And I think beginners are going to want to look at like, a longer time frame. So then I can just tell you guys if the current price is in the golden zone or not. So that's going to be like it looks like the main thing is like, the biggest thing on here is the golden zone. So, yeah, that's probably going to be tied in more to like the red, gold, and green traffic light. So, now it's asking me, do I want the golden zone math right now so I can start coding the logic? It's basically the high minus, in parentheses, the high minus the low. So you take the high and you subtract the low, and then you take the high and then you subtract the number you got from that, and then you multiply it by 0.618 to get the golden ratio based on the price. So it's going to do all that math for me. And I mean, there's other tools that do that math that make these lines. But like, yeah, the main thing is going to be that like where to put it on the chart and to put it the right way based on if the chart is in an uptrend or a downtrend. All right, so now I'm going to give more information to the AI. Okay, I'm looking at the pain points and I'm going to go in one by one and tell you what I think are the most important features for this app based on these pain points. So for the anchor problem, I definitely want the app to automatically apply the Fibonacci ratio onto the chart. So like the last app I made, I was able to, with the API, pull up the candlestick chart, and so it'll do that, and then I'll have it make the chart, and then I'll have it apply the ratio onto it. So for the next pain point, the upside down mistake, this is one of the most important things. So in a downtrend, you need to draw the Fibonacci ratio from high to low, and in an uptrend, you need to draw it from low to high. And I need to make sure that there's enough data on the chart that it can automatically detect whether the stock is in an uptrend or a downtrend, so it knows the correct way to apply the Fibonacci ratio. For the next pain point, it's wicks versus bodies confusion. That's not a big deal. We'll just have it so that the chart is applied with the wicks included. But I think it would have probably done that anyway. And then the analysis paralysis. I like the traffic light system. I definitely want to keep using that. For the magic bullet fallacy, I think the solution to that is to make sure that in the language I use on this app, to make sure that it always says that, you know, that this just is about likelihood. Like this is not for sure. Like this is not going to tell you what is definitely going to happen. So in the language it should just be like whatever based on like the result it gets, that the information just says that like this is more likely to happen, not like this should happen. And also too, I want to after like the main parts of the app are created, I want to see if I'm going to be able to like go back and backtest to see similar levels when that Fibonacci ratio was used, like what percentage of the time it hits certain levels on that stock for backtesting. All right, so what is your suggestion for breaking this app up into smaller parts? Give me like an outline of steps to take to make the app with Claude Code one step at a time. All right, so as I was saying, I'm essentially building a smart Fibonacci tool that will think for the user. Yeah, I should build it in functional chunks. Especially since I'm a beginner building apps, that was one of the first major lessons I've learned is that like at first I would try to have Claude build the entire app. Like I'd give it all the information and try to build the whole thing at one time, and it would take a lot more time and a lot more tokens, which I'm like I have a limit of how many tokens based on how much I pay. And then it would build the app, and it would be like a lot more problems, and it would be like the more information I gave it at once, the less like how I wanted it to be it would turn out. So then I would basically have to like spend more tokens and more time to delete the things that I didn't want and to change things. So now I know like the fewer steps I give it, or I mean not the fewer, the more steps I give it, and with each step has like fewer like actions that it's doing, the more like my original vision that the app is going to turn out. So basically, yeah, it's saying step one should be before we draw anything, we need to find the anchor points. Claude needs to get the right amount of data. They're saying on here 30 to 60 days, but I need to make sure it knows that I want more than that. get the open, the high, the low, the close, and it must identify the absolute highest high and lowest low in that period. They're giving me a prompt for that step, and I'm gonna have to change it because of like it's not enough data, I feel like. So they're saying step 2 is all about the math and the trend direction. But I'm wondering if that should be 2 different steps. Like I should give AI the step just to do the math, and then after that just to do the trend direction. That would probably be better, I think. So that will handle like the upside down problem, whether people don't know if it's like working like right way up or right way down. And then it tells me like the logic that the app is going to use to apply that. Then it gives me a prompt for this. So it's saying step 3, the visualization with the traffic lights, and this is gonna render the candlestick chart with the Fibonacci lines overlaid, and it's gonna use color codes for the lines. Oh, I see what they're saying. So they want to use the red, gold, and green for the different lines, and yeah, I kind of see a problem with that because like, of course, the golden ratio is like the main ratio that is like the biggest ratio that investors look at, and that wouldn't make sense to like have it called the golden ratio and be red like they're suggesting. So I don't want to apply the traffic light analogy or colors to the actual lines for the retracements or the ratios. I want to use those colors for like the result that the user gets when they put in the chart, and it's like reading, the app is like reading them the information that they don't have to figure out, that they want to know. And then it, like, if it's giving information that it's a good spot to buy, then like it should be green, and if it's like not, then it should be red. So yeah, I got to change that part of it too. So then it's giving me the prompt. It's giving me the probability language engine, which solves the magic bullet fallacy. So it's saying to create a dynamic text box that explains the current situation. Check where the current price is and output a likelihood statement. What is this saying it's going to do? So it's saying check where the current price is. Oh yeah, so this is basically like after everything is done with the app, as far as like the chart is done, the ratio is applied correctly, and the lines are put down in the right spot, then this is where like it's explaining how it wants to read that and then give the information to the user of that. And then the last step, step 5, is going to be the time machine, the backtesting light. So this is where it's going to look back and see in the past how the stock performed based on similar situations, and give like percentages so you can have a better, more idea of likelihood of like how things have worked in the past to apply to the future. Okay. I'm going to copy and paste these steps down into a Word document so that I don't have to keep scrolling back up on the LLM each time I want to check out the steps. All right. And I know another step too that I want to do for the first step is to give it the give it my instructions for like the design so that it vibes with all the other apps that I made. All right. So I'm just copying and pasting the design and theme, um, and the tone and the language that I want to use. And I did have, like, when I first started, a framework for technical architecture, but I found that trying to give basically like a guideline for technical architecture was not working as well as me just telling the AI to use whatever technical architecture that it thinks would work best for that particular app. Um, all right, so yeah, I'm going to start with this step first, being the first step for the design and the theme. Or actually, not just the design and the theme, but every single of the 4 steps I just mentioned. So I'm going to copy that. I'm going to tell Gemini what I want to do, and then I'm going to paste that in. All right, Gemini, for the first step, what I want to do is I want to give you a list of basically like design, tone and language, technical architecture, and the aha moment. So the main thing that of these instructions is that with the technical architecture, I don't want it to be definitely to use that. Only use that architecture it's recommending if you think it's the best um, for the app. I wanted to use whatever architecture would be best for the app. So I'm about to paste these instructions, and I want you to create a prompt for Claude Code that is letting it know, to keep this stuff in mind while it's building the app that I'm about to ask it to start building. And I just remember too, actually the first step I want to do, because yeah, I should have gone in order my thing. Yeah, no big deal. But the first step I actually need to do is I'm gonna have Claude create the folders for the folder structure. Okay, so first thing I need to do is create a folder on my computer where this app is gonna be. So I go into this PC, and the drive will be C. I'm going to create, I'm going to think of the name right now. Yeah, I want to make the name before I create the folder because the folder name is going to be the name of the app. All right. And then, so yeah, that's the number one problem. And the vibe is gonna be traffic light analogy for the colors. And let's see. The name of the app. So I want the name to be like I would think of any name for any business. I want the name to be something that is like catchy and something that someone would look at that name and they would know exactly like what this app is going to do. So it's not like confusing, so they can just look at the name and be like, oh, this app is for the Fibonacci ratio indicator. All right, so going to have Gemini help me pick a name. Help me pick a name for this app. I want it to be something simple and catchy, and I want it to make sure that anybody who reads this name will understand that this app is for the Fibonacci ratio indicator, so that they understand that, you know, this is gonna like explain to them like how to use this indicator, that this indicator is being used for a stock. Create 20 different name ideas. So we got Fibometer, Fib Finder, Fib Buddy, Fib Flow. I like that one the most so far. Fib Step, Fib Track, the Golden Zone, the Golden Pocket, Golden Gate, Ratio Radar, Golden Bounce, Level Up, Stepstone, Snap Levels, Smart Swings, Ratio Rail. No, none of those. Fib Friend. That was kind of good. Pullback Planner, the Swing Signal, and the Momentum Map. So yeah, I think Fibometer and Fib Friend are probably Fibometer, Fib Flow, and Fib Friend are going to be the best. I think because the last app was called Trend Friend, that I'm going to go with like that analogy. So, yeah, like Fib Friend. I'm wondering if it just should be like Fibonacci Friend, because yeah, a lot of beginners aren't going to know that Fib stands for Fibonacci. So I'm going to call it Fibonacci Friend. Let's see. I decided to go with Fibonacci friend. So the first thing I need to do is create all the folders. So create a prompt for me to have Claude Code create all the files. I will create the main folder and start up cursor, and then I'll just put in your prompt so that Claude Code can just create the file structure. All right, now I'm going to switch to cursor. Let's see. And I just got to create that file, Fibonacci friend. So create new file, create new folder. And I can just drag that folder right into cursor. And yeah, just if you're just tuning in, I'm a beginner. I'm showing you guys how anybody, if you don't know how to code, if you don't know, how to vibe code, if you don't even know what vibe coding is or coding is, if you just have ideas that you think that could be good, that could help people, you don't even have to be like making money. Like the main thing, even with making money, is not having making money as the intention. It's just having helping people and providing value is the intention. So that's like abundance right there. Like scarcity is like, oh, I gotta find a way to get people to pay for something. Like, no, that's not the right way. Like, it's just like find a way that you can provide value for people, and then go about and like put it out there and see if people actually use it, get their input, get their feedback, find how to make it better, and just get to a point where like you got people using it for free if it's possible that they can do it for free. And then yeah, you find out like once you find out people actually like it and they're getting value from it, then is when it makes sense to start making money. So like I'm saying, like everybody who's tuning in, all the viewers here, you can use all these for free, and the link is in the description. So yeah, getting started with getting the terminal up, and then starting Claude Code. And as you can see, I'm in the right folder. So now I'm going to oh, now I'm going to put in the prompt to make the files. I'm going to paste prompt into Claude Code. All right, so I'm seeing now too how before I go ahead and have it create the files, it is it's better for me to go through like the whole planning stage first, because then it knows like the correct files to make. Like if I just like thought of the name and made the folder and was like, oh, okay, go ahead and create the files, and then I was like, all right, now I'm gonna like plan out the project. Um, it still work. Like it would just have to like change a lot of stuff as it's working in the future. Um, I'm seeing it's much better to plan and then create the files. So yeah, I should switch that order for sure. So yeah, when I first started this, you see I got I'm using cursor, and then I've got the terminal on cursor that I use Claude Code, and I was advised to use like a combination of cursor and Claude Code because cursor is essentially like it's more like a step-by-step approach, and it explains what it's doing more, and it's very basic, so that I was learning. I didn't know what I was doing, and Claude works really quick, and I don't really understand what it's doing. I'm starting to understand it more and more as I go. But yeah, cursor was like way better for like a beginner tool. But then I started running into problems, certain things with cursor, and I would realize that trying to fix it through cursor was more difficult when I could just have Claude Code go ahead and fix it, and Claude would like almost always figure it out right away. And now I'm like almost never using cursor anymore. So yeah, I'm gonna no longer use my subscription to cursor. I'll be switching over to I was recommended to use VS Code now because it's free, and I'll be able to, it's like it has a terminal. I can still use Claude Code, and I don't have to pay the $20 a month to use cursor. um I'll only be paying my subscription for Claude Code, and you do need to have a subscription to Claude to use Claude Code. Also, Google has their own codecs. I want to make sure that I'm good with Claude Code before I use codecs, that I totally understand Claude Code, which I'm getting there quick. Like I'm really, really surprised at this being like a totally different language. Like I don't understand anything of it. Like to how quick I'm really like figuring this all out and it's all making sense. Um, so yeah, Claude is telling me like it broke the app, the files and the folders down into tasks. So the first thing it's doing is it already initialized the Next.js and the folders for that, and it installed core dependencies. Now it's creating um, folder structure and scaffolding all the files. Then it's going to apply the theme engine and update the global.css files. And then it's going to start the dev server and verify. So far it's been working for about 2.5 minutes, and it's been using about 2,000 tokens. And what I noticed was like with my $20 $20 a month for like the lowest you can pay to use Claude Code. Also Claude Code right now, or at least as of yesterday, I saw yesterday they were still offering free $50 credit for extra usage. And essentially I already upgraded, but the reason that I upgraded wasn't because I ran out of usage for the month, is because they have like a 5-hour window where like there's a smaller amount of usage you can only use per 5 hours. And while I'm doing these streams and I'm building, because I'm trying to do like the whole app on like one stream so that like everything is like documented and you can see the whole process. But anyways, yeah, by like the 5th app I ran into the limit for like that 5-hour limit, and that caused problems because it ran into that limit like when it was like in the middle of a process, and I didn't understand that. So like I just stopped it to figure out what's going on, and I didn't know like which part of the process it got stuck at, and then that caused some problems in the app and costed me a lot of extra time. So I was like, you know what, I'm just gonna go upgrade now because I know I'll be using this a lot more in the future anyway. And yeah, I'm glad I did, because I would have definitely hit that limit again like the next day and the day after that too. All right, one last step to do, and then we're through with this first step. So I'm going to get ready for the next step. Is going to be go back up to that prompt that I originally had to do for like the first prompt before I remembered that I want to do the name and the files for the folder first. So yeah, I was about to start this stream like maybe like an hour ago, and apparently YouTube was down, and I've never seen that happen before. I was like, "What's going on with YouTube?" And like I was just sitting there staring at a blank screen, like I've never seen this before. I don't know what's going on. And then I just asked Claude, I'm like, Claude, I'm like, YouTube's being weird. And within like 5 seconds, Claude, like, oh yeah, everybody, like thousands of people are saying the same thing. They're doing some kind of like update, so like the YouTube is just down right now. So I was like, okay. And if I hadn't had that, I probably would have been like trying all kinds of different like random things and like wasting all kinds of time trying to figure out what's going on. So, anyways, see. Yeah, and I'm looking at the YouTube. I noticed the description is not updated. It's still showing the I think that's yesterday's description. No, okay, that's weird. Never mind. Yeah, it's good. Okay. But yeah, just oh man, just moving so quick. Like it's just doing so much. Like the amount of work I'm able to get done is like insane. Um, the amount AI is able to like help my businesses is insane. Like I could have never imagined managing two businesses at the same time with like everything else I'm doing in my life, even a year ago. I was like, man, AI is awesome, but like it's still like it sped things up. Like, and I was still like I was like doing 10 times more in one business than I was doing, but yeah, I got too many good ideas, and like at the same time, they're all like linking together. Like this right here is like I mean, like I say, providing value in so many ways because like I'm teaching people how to learn how to vibe code, right? Because I'm a beginner and I'm showing them the path for me going from like nothing to like essentially building apps or like whatever I end up building through coding. Like there's not just apps, websites, like tons of potential. So I'm doing that like with the purpose of monetizing it, and my goal is like 1 million. So I'll keep doing this until I hit that 1 million. So I'm teaching them that. And also, if you're tuning in, because this channel was all about abundance from the start. When I originally made the channel, all those old videos are no longer there. But basically, that was all about abundance. So if you're like an OG from the start, then you know like this was all about like those teachings, and that's like where all this like evolved from, was like understanding these abundance teachings and like creating things and having the right mindset, and yeah, just moving forward in life and staying positive. So yeah, that's where it all started. Um, then it evolved more into like applying that stuff to business, which ultimately led me here. And I was doing like financial advice, and I mean I was calling these things right. Like you go back, you can see like I was talking about like GameStop before it like took off and did that crazy run. I was talking about like buying Bitcoin like at the beginning of the last cycle when it was down to like 16, $17,000, around that $20,000 range. I was saying like, yeah, this is a good time. Like I was calling that stuff right. I called the top right. I sold like the majority of my Bitcoin. Um, what was that? Maybe like 6 months ago, 7 months ago, when it was at the top. Like I sold it from like pretty much like all through like 100,000 to like some of it I even sold up at like 120,000, like when it was at the exact top. But yeah, that's the thing with investing is like you don't want to like worry about hitting the exact top or bottom. Like if you're buying, you don't want to buy it. You don't want to stress yourself out to feel like you have to buy something at the exact bottom and sell it at the exact top. You just want to make sure it's close. And that's what I've been doing. So if you're in tune to this channel, you're also going to be learning of investing, like making more money. And not only that, but I'm building a business. Building a like right now, I'm building an investing business. And who knows? Maybe this business doesn't work. Maybe nobody uses it. Maybe nobody likes it. But I'll learn a lot. Learn mostly more about coding than I ever had from building this. And then I'll be able to take that information. I'll be able to apply it to whatever I like transition to from there. Um, because I know like looking back at the businesses I've done, like I've been an entrepreneur like and maybe like 15 years now, and looking back at all the businesses I've done, like they have been very, they're not like, they're not really like aligning. Like the first main business I did was like writing books, and then I kind of like had no idea that that would transition into like me hiring other writers and essentially building a publishing company. And then even before that, it wasn't really my business. I was like helping people run it. It was like before like the Uber Eats and all that stuff. It was like something similar to that. Like before any of that stuff existed. Um, and I've tried a bunch of different businesses that haven't worked out. Um, Picked up investing along the way, and yeah, my main business I'm doing now besides this is like a content business that right now I'm just like providing people with value, but I want to make it like it's like basically educational for like essentially like self optimization, like um just like teaching people how to increase their physical and mental capabilities, and it's still growing, and I'm not going to focus on that business right now. I'm just going to like refer to it that I'm like can apply this structure to that. And when that business is really like, when I find the voice on that business and it's really going right, then I'll like mention it on here. But I can see how it can help anybody, especially like entrepreneurs, people who are trying to like do more, people who are trying to like increase what they're capable of, employees, people who are like especially like corporate employees who feel like burnt out, stuff like that, how they can like increase just everything. So anyways, getting back to this, um looks like Claude is almost done. Right now it's just starting up the dev server and verifying what it's doing. Just getting that prompt ready. Yeah, that's better. Whoa. All right. Yeah, I like seeing the progress every day. Always trying to make progress, do something new. This is the longest it's ever taken for Claude to make the file structure. And I'm guessing that's because I was like, hey, you know, gave it a more complete prompt on what kind of files to make. In the past, I would be like, this is the name of the project, make the files. And it would be real quick. So this, I'm guessing, is going to make the other steps take less time because like all the right files are going to be made, so it won't have to like go through and change as many things. Yeah, so I think the next step to make the stream better is to get some music going. But for what it looks like right now, like I would have to put headphones on. Otherwise, it would mess it up. So I'm trying to find a way that I can get like music. Maybe I just wouldn't be able to hear it. But yeah, so I can get music going so that it doesn't mess up me talking on the stream. I just one of those things I thought would be easy, but it ended up turning out being more difficult than I thought. Wow, yeah, taking 17 minutes just to make the files, but like it's only gone through like 4.2 thousand tokens. So like I noticed if I would like try to have it create like a whole project at once and it would run for like 10 or 20 minutes, it would use like at least like 10 or 20,000 tokens. So I'm getting it to where it's like doing more for less tokens. And yeah, I'm just getting the process down better every day. Um Seeing a lot of potential for like, you know, this actual business right here and how I can create code to run the whole business. And I'm like really hyped up about what I'm gonna build with that. Cause essentially like I can apply that to any business. Essentially, I could write code to do things that will run the majority of the business so I can just focus on CEO tasks and like have like instead of hiring employees, I'm just like building them with code and just running on the cloud so, I don't have to have my computer running all the time and it's like constantly working. So that'd be like 24/7 employees running a business. And hey, even if this business doesn't work out, then I got the knowledge that I can just take that process of building a business with code and I can just apply it to the next business. That doesn't work, I can apply it to the next one. And essentially, I'll get better at the process each time. And even at that, too, like, I mean, there's plenty of businesses out there that I'm sure would like pay a lot of money to have their business automated. And yeah, I'm really seeing it. I'm like, the way I'm seeing it, like, the future is like, if you're doing like manual labor, if you're an employee and you're doing like manual labor, your job is probably good. I mean, they're going to be able to make robots to do a lot of things, but still, like, I think that's like way farther in the future to robots to doing the manual labor as far as robots to doing what do you call it? More like the blue collar, um, white collar, like the office work people, like those guys. What they're doing is quickly being replaced by AI. So mostly when I'm like seeing AI like in the news and stuff, it's talking about people like worried like is AI gonna take your job? A lot of it is like making AI out to be a bad thing. But if you know how to use AI to do your job, it's gonna make your job so much easier. If you think of AI as a bad thing and you're like mad at it and you don't want to learn it because you've been told it's gonna like make you like lose your job. I mean, that's like scarcity mindset. Abundance is like, yeah, AI is here. There's so much more I can do with it. Figure out how to like help. And I've heard some people like they're not allowed. I've heard people say like, yeah, my boss says I can't use AI at all, and I'm just like, dude, like, like, are they trying to like go out of business? Like, do they not realize that every business is gonna be like using AI in like, dude, not even 5 years? But yeah, so like using AI, that's where the future is. Like you learn AI and implement it to like make yourself better at what you're already doing. Make yourself a better employee because you understand how to use AI. That's like, I mean, you're gonna be able to make so much more money. You're gonna be able to work way less hours. Um, anything. I mean, even if you're doing like manual labor, even if you're doing the blue collar work, you could learn AI, and I'm sure like there's something like you could figure out, like just your work process, your workflow, and then in the future, when the robots can come in and do things like, who's going to be the one to program them? Somebody's going to have to be able to tell like the robots the right way to do things. Somebody's going to have to understand how to program this stuff, and you don't even have to learn to write the code. You can just learn from me, like doing what I'm doing, like the process of building things, because it's definitely a process. And like I'm saying, if you just try to go on and say like, yeah, build this, and like not do it in the right process, not like take the right steps, and I'm giving you guys all the steps, like yeah, like right there, right? And it's like you can look at the first day of the live stream, and there's a much longer list of steps, and I'm getting better at like bringing the process down, getting the process better. Split up tasks. Like I wrote, that was like one of the main things after a couple days. Like this is so weird with left and right being different on the camera. Yeah, so like splitting up the tasks. Like I don't even need that anymore. Like I already know that. I can just erase it. But actually, I don't need that. But I think that anybody watching this stream, I should leave that up there because that's like I wrote it in red at the top for a reason because it's very important. Man, I can't believe this is still running. Um, but that's cool. It's doing everything right. Starting the dev server and verify. I'm even gonna ask Claude Code like or Gemini, like, dude, what's going on? Why is Hey Gemini, Claude is still building the files and it's been working for like 25 minutes now. I've never had it take more than I feel like 5 minutes to create all the files. Do you have any idea why it's taking so long this time? My guess is that it's because I gave you more information from the start so that it's like more information in regards to what files it's building. Let me know what you think. It's saying that's definitely too long, even with a big set of instructions. You're right that giving it more context can make it think longer, but it should be done within 2 to 3 minutes. So it thinks there's some kind of problem. Um, Claude Code sometimes gets stuck waiting for a terminal response during the npm install phase. If it's stuck on a screen that says installing dependencies, so I should tell it where it's stuck. If I've been using Claude Code for a few different apps recently, the claude.json file in your home directory can get bloated, making the agent move at a snail's pace as it tries to read your entire history. But I'm using a different folder for each project, so I don't know. But these are good questions for AI. Learning a ton. If you're on Windows using the native installer inside Cursor's terminal, so how to fix it before they tell me how, I'm going to refine where it's at so it gives me better instructions. Okay, it says it's starting dev server and it broke down the process it's doing into 5 steps, and the last step is start dev server and verify, and it's been stuck on that for maybe like at least 5 minutes now. Also, like, I don't really understand the metadata bloat because I'm using a different folder for each app that I make. So if there's something I can do to reduce that problem in the future, let me know. Claude is likely trapped in a loop, but because that command stays open, Claude thinks the process hasn't finished yet. It's waiting for the server to close so it can tell you it's done, but the server is designed to stay open. So it's saying hit Control C in that terminal. Check the folders. Look at the sidebar and cursor. Alright, so show the files. Control Shift E. You see src public and package.json. I don't see public, but I see okay, I'm gonna let it know what I see. So I'm looking at the I already hit, let's start over. I just stopped Claude and I'm looking at the files and I see src package.json, but I do not see public. It's like next, node modules, and then src, and then it lists like 6 different files under src. So it looks like Claude got stuck in a loop, but that's cool because it didn't like it. I could tell after like the last like 5 or so minutes it wasn't using any more tokens. So yeah, that's the main thing. Like not just walking away, because it sounds like Claude Code can get stuck in loops, and I'm sure the technology will get better over time, but this is the first time this ever happened to me. So if it did that and I just like, like started something up and like went to sleep, um yeah, I could see how that could be a problem because it could just like keep running and using tokens. So anyways, package.json is like the manifest. It lists all the dependencies. src is where 99% of the work happens. And then the 6 files I likely have, um, those are not the files that I see. Okay. So since the folders are there, let's stop the setup phase and start the feature phase. You don't need a public folder to calculate the levels. So it's telling me to give this prompt to Claude. Claude, show me the contents of src slash lib slash Fibonacci logic. Does it have the calculation? So I haven't given it that prompt yet, so it shouldn't, right? Okay, before I give Claude that prompt to see if it has the calculation for the golden ratio, I have not given it any instructions to calculate any ratios yet, so I don't understand how it would have that. Also, I think before I give it any more code, I just want to check to make sure that everything is good right now to continue, unless you don't think that is necessary. And I think the next prompt that I want to give it is just the instructions, the prompt you gave me about kind of like the style and the tone for the project. Let me know what you think. Yeah, Gemini is telling me that the next move should be to give it the style prompt. All right, so I'm gonna do that. Whoa. Okay. So one thing I noticed for the next step that I wanted to add is you recommended doing like a 50-day history, essentially to use for data for this tool. But this is for beginners, and I think 50 days is more for traders. And I want to have more data. I'm not sure exactly how much. I'm thinking like at least like, like a year. But let me know how much time you think would be good for beginners in this case. Yeah, they're saying I'm right. Looking at 50 days for beginners, like looking at a single chapter of a book. Um, 1 year is going to give more like the whole story. Um, when a beginner looks at a stock, they aren't trying to time a 3-day trade. They want to know, is this a good price to buy for the next few months at least? 50 days is going to be, less likely that these ratios will come into play. But if you look at like at least a year of time, this is going to capture the annual high and annual low. And most financial news, like Yahoo Finance or CNBC, focuses on the 52-week range. By using a year of data, your app's highs and lows will match the numbers the user sees on the news, which builds trust. Okay, updating the smart anchor logic to make this work with your bar friend tone. We should have the app look for the major moves of the year. So here's how we should adjust the prompt for Claude. Uh, okay. So I just want to like add that to like the actual um prompt that I have it do. And it's saying something to add might be like the yearly discount gauge. So it's saying if the price is at the golden ratio of a yearly move, the app can say stock is currently at a golden discount. Historically, this is where the big players start looking to buy back. Um, Yeah, I mean, I felt like it was going to do that anyway. Okay, I want to give you instructions for the next prompt, but before I do, I forgot. When do I need to get the API hooked up? Does it matter if I do that now or later? And if you're watching your beginning, API is basically like um, you get an API key, and like certain sites out there have like financial information, and they'll sell me or give me a free API key that's kind of limited, and I can hook that key up to my code, to my project, whatever I'm making, and that will link that information to what I'm doing. So that's why when you check out all my tools that are in the description, you'll see like um, you'll essentially see that if you try to use them like too much, you'll get an error that says like the API key has been used up for right now. Check back in a few minutes. And some of the tools I've even like solved that. I've had it so like it says like the API key is used up, but here's like some fake data just to give you a better idea of like what this app does. Check back for like the real numbers. But yeah, for right now, saying getting the API hooked up now is the best move. For sure. Okay. Another question before I hook up the API key. Yesterday I used, man, what was the name of that API I used yesterday? I don't even remember. I've been using all these different APIs. But yesterday I have an API key that I used from yesterday. Can I use that same API key for today's app? Yeah, I definitely want to use this same one because it has way more data than the other API keys I used. Yeah, so yesterday was the FMP, and they were calling it Tango. Or no, they had me use Tingo. I didn't even know there is a Tingo and a Tango. That's crazy. So if it's a FMP key, yes, I can use the same key. If I actually meant Tingo, I think that's what they had me use. That's crazy. There's so many more keys to try out. All right. Yeah, I kind of want to try using different keys each day. So, all right. I'm almost positive that yesterday I used Tingo. And I'm looking at the API key right now, and it's a long list of letters and numbers. Um, I guess if that's different than what you were talking about, the um, FMP key, then I would like to try something different just to try out like different API keys. Let me know what you think. Yeah, I gotta sit down for a minute. Yeah, they're explaining the difference between like Tingo, the one I used yesterday, and the new one, the FMP that I'm thinking about trying out today. See, I'm gonna try a new one today. And try this FMP. Financial data for every need. Start for free. Right. Get your free API key. What's the primary purpose? Market research, I guess. What is the data set I'm most interested in? I'm thinking historical market data and live stock data, like both of them. What's the most important aspect you look for in a financial data API provider? Data accuracy or data coverage? Yeah, I guess both. Think think coverage because the data is already going to be accurate for the most part. What's my role in the organization? CEO, everything. How did I hear about you? Doesn't say AI, so I'll just do search engine. I'm wondering if Claude is stuck again. Claude Code. Like I've never seen it get stuck before until today. And like now it's like said it's kind of like done everything and it just wants to verify the dev server is happy with all the changes. And that's where it got stuck last time. So yeah, that's interesting. I'm gonna get an email to activate the key. Email verified successfully. Can we sign in again? All right, I got the key now. New API key. Now I want to copy and paste where Claude is stuck and give that to Gemini. Or if it is stuck, I think it's stuck. All right, Gemini, I just got that new FMP API key, and I'm thinking Claude might be stuck again. I'm about to copy and paste where it's at. Let me know what you think. It's been working for like 7 minutes, like doing this, so let me know what you think. Says Claude is definitely stuck in a verification loop. Why is it getting stuck now? That's so weird. because my website is a live process that stays open. The command is just sitting there waiting for the website to finish, which it never will. Hit Control C. In the cursor sidebar, do I see the certain files? Let's see. SEO. Okay. No, I don't see either. All right, I'm looking at the src lib files and I do not see api.ts or fmp.ts. Okay, it's saying to have Claude write these files one by one so it doesn't get stuck again. No problem. Man, I go from never having that issue to like twice in a row. That's weird. Right, hopefully it doesn't keep doing that. All right, so send after it's done. Check for the file. Yep, it's there, the one they're saying to check for. Okay. And then run this prompt. Except I don't want to run that prompt because then it will show the API key, and I don't want to do that. So I did find that file that you asked me to check for, and then in step 2, you're telling me to run in a prompt that I copy and paste my API key in. And in the past, when I've given an API key to Claude through a prompt, even when I tell it not to like display it because I'm on a live stream, it still ends up displaying it. So I guess what do you think? Just rewrite the prompt so that I'm not giving it that API key, and then I can just manually put it in. Yeah, being consistent every day is like key because there's so many things that like I run into that, you know, if I just did this once a week, like I would probably forget all the problems I ran into, and then so exactly right instinct. Never trust an AI agent with a secret. That's coming from an AI agent. So yeah, okay. That's funny. Um, Instead of letting Claude handle the key, we'll have it create the template and then I'll just manually paste it. That's the best way. But like, I don't even think that prompt was necessary because I think the file was already there that I could put the API key into. Yeah. Okay. So now I'll go back to the files. Now I gotta make sure that the stream can see the screen. So just gotta put in the API key in the right file. Oh, thanks. I noticed some people helping me out here in the chat. Okay. My bad. I didn't I got a whole new chat window set up so I could see the chat easier, but then I was forgetting to check it. So, how to automatic trading setup, auto buy and auto sell. Yeah, I'm actually looking into set up automatic trading. I'm just kind of doing some research to see what it is, see how it works. It sounds like a lot of it is hype right now. A lot of people are not doing too well with it. Um, so essentially you would want to like you could set it up however you want to set it up, however you trade. So whatever indicators you use, like I'm doing all these different indicators, I'm building these indicators, and essentially once I have all these indicators built, then I could take these indicators and I could like tie them together and like build a custom trading thing. But the main thing if you're going to build a trading robot is you want to make sure that you have a paper trade first. So it's trading with fake money. And you want to make sure that it's profitable with fake money and then just give it a little bit of money and see what happens. And then you can like slowly build it up. They're asking what AI agent do I use? I mean, I think all of them really Gemini, Claude, and GBT. I'm using Gemini today for speaking. Oh, I see. Yeah, so I'm using Claude with cursor. Free API key. How? How am I getting it? I've been trying out. There's so many different free API key providers. Um, I think FinHub was the first one I used. I've used like three or four now. I did Tingo yesterday. I was talking about there's even one called Tango. I used Alpha Vantage a lot, but then I ran into a pro. So I'll break it down. When I first used um FinHub, FinHub was very restrictive. It said on the website that it like would give me the right information I needed, but then when I actually tried to run it, it didn't give me like barely the amount of information I needed. It seemed to be the most restrictive as far as like the amount of information you get. Then Alpha Vantage, I used that on the next few apps and it worked like really good compared to FinHub. I was like no problems. But then when I started making more complicated apps that needed like more a bigger time frame to go back and do testing, then that Alpha Vantage didn't work. So then I used Tingo, and Tingo was really cool because it like went back like 30 years. But now I'm just trying this new one today, uh, basically to see with this new one I can essentially see how it's different. And I want to try all the API keys. So then when I really start like, making more and more difficult things, I'll have a better understanding of how they all work. So yeah, you're building a trading bot. That's awesome. Like, yeah, let me know how that goes. I'm still doing the research on how to do that right now. Um, yeah, I'm sure there's like huge potential, and I'm really wondering in the future, like, how these trading bots, if they're gonna affect the market. Because like, if everyone starts using trading bots, then I'm thinking that's gotta have an effect on the market. But also, I mean, trading bots have been essentially been used by in the market, like market makers since I don't know how long now. Um, it just this would be like a different level than like the market maker trading bots that like big institutions use. So you're telling me I want to use an ML mode. Let me see what ML mode is. Somebody's asking me a question about using an ML mode for an LLM, but I'm not sure what that is, and they're asking in regards to for making like a trading bot for trading needs. So you're saying you've gotten some good results with trading bot. That's awesome. So you got to have training within the system, like the model learns from paper trades or backtesting strategies to find the best one. And yeah, that's what the research I'm doing, like the very experienced traders that have been doing this like longer than me, they're essentially like building their own customized trading bots, and they're training these trading bots to trade based on their trading strategies that they already use. So I could see if you're like a beginner and you don't understand trading and you're not already like a winning trader, it sounds like it'd be very difficult to build a trading bot because like you don't understand like what I mean, maybe like I don't know this too well. Maybe you could just tell it to build one and it'll like build it like custom based on what the AI thinks, but then you wouldn't understand it too well. So I don't know. I've got a lot more to learn for this. But yeah, respect. Thanks for helping me understand this all better. So yeah, machine learning mode. This is the way to shift the bot's decision making from static rules like buy when a price hits a certain, area to predictive patterns like buy because historical data suggests 70% chance of a rise. So like that's what I've been adding on to my apps now. Like for and even for beginners, this will help them. Like I'm doing back testing that will give historical data. So essentially, I guess someone could even take the apps that I'm creating and like use that logic and give that to AI and just like, use the app and then put in the stock and then it'll tell them like that information and then they could just tell the AI like, okay, I'm getting that, this happened after this percentage of the time. And then you could like even use that to build a trading bot essentially. Yeah, that's awesome, man. Always learning. So, all right, where was I? I'm going back to, I put in the API key. I got to save it. Um, I just put in the API key. Is it Control S? Is that how I save it? Yeah, Control S for Windows. All right. All right, go back to the terminal then. Okay, so where was I? Says give Claude a prompt to test the connection, make sure it works. Okay, the API key is saved manually. Just got to test the connection, and I'm just gonna make sure Claude doesn't say what the API key is before I switch back to the screen. And um, Claude is saying that something about standalone text don't work, and there is an error, and it has to fix it. So I was doing that. So Claude is verifying that like the API key is in there right. Um, it looks like it's not posting it. So yeah, I'll switch back to what you call it. Gonna switch back to cursor. There we go. So yeah, you've been frustrated with rate limiting with Claude, and it's really hard to get any work done. So you were first using anti-gravity and Claude subscription at the same time, and now you canceled anti-gravity because Gemini is just bad. Trying Codex from ChatGPT now, it's so good in terms of rate limiting. Um yeah, Gemini, I just like for LLMs, Gemini just like seems to flow better with me. Claude LLM was always seeming to like give me issues, like just repeating itself and just being like I was having a tough time. Like it wasn't on the same like mindset as me, I guess would be the best way to describe it. Um, but yeah, I've heard of anti-gravity. I want to try that out. You're saying anti-gravity. Oh, anti-gravity is from yep. Anti-gravity is Google. So anti-gravity is with Gemini, and you're saying it's bad, and I've kind of heard that too. So you're trying Codex, and that's with ChatGPT, and I've heard that in certain ways that Claude is better than Codex. And what I want to do is I want to use Claude Code for like at least like I don't know, maybe like 10 more apps till I really like get a better understanding of Claude Code. And then I want to try building maybe like 10 apps on Gemini, or I mean Codex 5.3. So like I think well actually what would make more sense because I already have like the max plan with Claude Code. I should probably use up like all my data for this month for the max plan, and then so I'm not paying for two plans at once. Then get the Codex plan, which yeah, I heard Codex has is like unlimited. So for like the $200 max plan with Claude Code, from what I understand, a lot of people hit the rate. But like right now, like I'm even gonna check that right now where I'm at. So I probably built like 3 or 4 apps on it in the last couple days, and let's see. Yeah, like my current session resets in like an hour and a half, and I've only used 3%. And when I was on the $20 a month Claude Code plan, it like in like 4 or 5 hours I was hitting that limit and it would have to stop. But for my weekly limit, I've only used 4%. So yeah, I'm not even close. So yeah, you're saying Claude is still the best one out there, and that's what I've heard too. The only thing bad is the rate limiting. Um yeah, it was hard. When I was on Pro, it was easy when I was doing just like, apps that did like one very simple thing and like nothing else and didn't require like pulling up charts and data. But once I started like learning this better and started making more like complicated apps, then like I quickly ran into the session. Like I didn't run into like my rate limit for like the amount I had per month, but I would run into the like hourly session rate limit, and that caused problems because like you hit that limit in the middle of a process and then it's like, okay, well, what did it get stuck on? They have to go back and figure that out, and it was super annoying. um so yeah, I hear what you're saying, and like it's good to know all this stuff. Like I'm just learning as I go. So okay, it looks like it's done. um the connection is live. Here's what came back for Apple. Like it's saying yesterday the price was 263 and today was 244. Did Apple really move that much? That sounds strange to me. Um, yeah, I'm seeing Apple didn't move that much, but maybe they're talking about like after hours. Anyways. Oh no, that's the last year. Duh. I was like, that's not yesterday. No, 2025, 218, and then 2026. So that's only 1 year then. I need more than that. Okay, I'm gonna copy and paste this into Gemini LLM and make sure that everything's good. I think everything's good. I just want to make sure that essentially I've got enough information, enough to go back in time, because 1 year, I want to, for especially for the back testing, that's not going to be enough. All right. Claude finally finished a process this time without getting stuck, and it's telling me that the connection is live for the API key, and it gave me data, what it has, what it looks like over, and it's like 1 year of data, and it says total bars 251 trading days. But what I'm thinking is like I'm gonna need more data than that for the backtesting part. So if it's the case that it only is giving me 1 year of data, I don't think that's going to be enough for backtesting. So I'll paste what it gave me and tell me what you think. You're saying press shift and tab at the same time in the terminal. It would be much easier for you. in the Claude chat. Oh, like the Claude Code chat. Um, yeah, so like I've been told that it's better to like speak with the LLM for like planning and stuff because of like tokens. So like if I'm constantly talking to Claude Code in the chat there, then it sounds like I would use like a lot more tokens, and I think it would make the process maybe like more confusing. Cause what I found is like I'll be setting stuff up with Gemini talking to it, and then it'll like give me the answers, and then I can tell I'm like, okay, actually because of this answer I know that I should have gone back and I should have done, the files first before I do what you're telling me. So like I think if I were only talking to Claude Code in the terminal to like plan everything, that it would be like more confusing and I'd run into more problems, but maybe I should just try it. Maybe like for the next project, I'll just like try doing the whole thing with like planning from start to finish with Claude Code in the terminal and just see how that goes. And someone before even I wrote it down. Yeah, someone before was recommending I use this like whisper flow, and I looked into it a little bit, and I just want to make sure that I just learn one thing at a time and then try new things instead of just like trying like like with the API keys. I feel like that's fine trying a new one every day, but with like actually like an LLM or like a coding thing, like I want to like focus on like just learning it one at a time. So use auto accept like shift tab. Why don't I use that is because I'm trying to learn more about like what it's doing like step by step. So like it's like breaking down what it does, and then when it stops, I'm reading what it does. So I'm like, even though a lot of it I don't understand, I'm starting to understand it more and more by just like reading through this stuff. And that's helping me a ton for like applying that to like the next project, like what I'm learning. Yup. Um okay, so Gemini is telling me that because of the question I had about is 251 trading days going to be enough? It's a classic developer versus trader moment. Claude gave me what I asked for, 260 days. I thought I asked for at least a year, if not more. Um, like I was saying, yeah, this is enough to like, get information for a beginner that they can plot the Fibonacci tool on the chart, and it should be accurate, but it's not going to be able to do backtesting to truly see if the golden zone works for like backtesting how often it's worked in the past and stuff. I'm gonna need more info. So yeah, on the FMP free tier, I can actually pull up to 5 years, and that's what I wanted from the start because I was telling them like I need an API that has like more years. So FPM has up to 5 years, but the one I used yesterday, that Tingo, had like 35 years. Like I was showing at the beginning. Thanks, bro. Good luck to you too, man. Let me know how it goes. And basically like 5 years I think will be enough for this project. But now I know like FMP, they're saying it has better financial data than the Tingo, but Tingo has like 35 years of data and FMP has 5 years. But that's way better than Alpha Vantage, which only gave me like I think like it was either 1 or 2 years. So yeah, that's fine. 5 years is good enough for this. Um, so I got a prompt for Claude to update the engine to handle 5 years instead of one. Cool. So I'm going to update the file to change the time frame parameters from 260 to 1250 days, 5 years. Create, but I shouldn't have had it create a backtesting engine yet. That's too much for this. I should have read that before I pasted it, but it's not a problem. I'll just because it doesn't. I haven't even given it the um the prompt for it to build the actual like math and tools to like put in the Fibonacci thing. So yeah, that's getting ahead of itself. And I gotta check the AI because AI will like consistently like kind of like try to have me do stuff that I know is out of order. So yeah, the main thing with AI is that, like, you use it, don't let it use you, because that was like one of the first lessons I learned, especially like with coding, is that if you don't know what you're doing, it can like just send you down a path and you can just keep looping over and over and it'll just keep telling you to try different things that it doesn't understand. And then sometimes I'll just stop and be like, okay, what I finally realized, like, okay, what you're doing isn't working. And then I would like go to a different LLM and it would like tell me like a better answer. And then I started to understand better like what the problem was, to where I can catch it kind of right away before it sends me in the wrong direction. This one, I caught it, but I pasted the prompt before I read the whole prompt. So if I would have read the whole prompt, I probably would have saved some time and some tokens, but it's going to be very minimal. Um, like even right now, it's running an Apple backtest. And I mean, it can run the backtest, but like it doesn't even know. It shouldn't, I guess. I never gave it the whatever. No big deal. That's awesome. Thanks for your info. I just set up Discord. I actually just put my Discord link in the chat today. I don't even remember what the username was. Like I just set it up. But yeah, thanks. I'll go ahead and add you on there, I guess. Um okay. Um LLM brought up a good suggestion because it's going to be going through all that data. I should get cache set up so that it's not like every time it needs to go through the data, it can just like save it instead of using one of the calls. Except for like that's the main. Okay, now I remember the main reason that I wanted to try this new FPM API, because it has 250 calls a day. And with like Alpha Vantage and the last one I tried, it was like 25 calls a day. So like after like 25 searches, it would basically say like, you've reached your limit. And 250, that's 10 times that. So yeah, okay. Here's how the backtesting engine works. A rolling window, slide across all 5 years, recalculating the swing, high, low, and the Fibonacci levels at each step, just like a trader redrawing their levels as the new data comes in. Yeah, like if I didn't have AI, like traders in the past like used to have to like go back in time and like draw up the Fibonacci ratios like every single instance in the past where it would make sense to do that, and then like look at how often it hit that and then like calculate the math on that. So they also did a 30-day outcome. Did the price move in the favorable direction? 10 bar cooldown prevents double counting when price hovers around the level for several days. Yeah, that's something I wouldn't have thought of, but it's all good. So Yes, let me give Claude that prompt so it can build in a cache. So I'm telling Claude to check for cache before making an API call um, to see if that information is already in the cache. If the file exists, read it and return the data immediately. If the file doesn't exist, get the 5 years from the, just use another call from the FMP. I just set up an account for Discord, and I haven't used Discord that much. Someone in the chat just gave me their username, and I want to connect with them through Discord. What do I need to do? Um, like, where do I put in their username on Discord? When I go into the app, I'll see it at the top. I think I found it, but like what you call it, Gemini was telling me it was like in a different spot than it actually was. So I'm about to try and see if it works. Like I just search and it says no results found. Oh. Okay, so yeah, that's weird that I copied the name into Discord, but it's not adding them. Yes, whatever that guy that was on earlier, if you come back and check it, I couldn't add you right. It couldn't find you when I searched, but you can just go in the description and then join the chat, I guess. So like I see a new chat is how can you start this thing too? Am I using ads in the apps? And how will I earn? So I'm guessing you mean by this thing like start coding and like building apps. Well, essentially like I'm a beginner too. So if you go back to like day one, um you could watch you could start from there. Just basically like watch what I'm doing cuz I'm just like I spent like a month kind of learning the basics of code before starting this and building like my first app, and then I built like one app that was like I just had an idea of like for a long time I've had this idea of making an app where people can like go in their city and like say like what kind of people they want to meet, and then like the app would like know what part of the city to send them to, like what like park or like what like bar or what like, you know, library, mall, whatever, um, museum would find the kind of people they wanted to find. So essentially, I built that for like the city of Chicago, and it was a lot easier than I thought. And I was like, right away, I was like, dude, I want to build more apps. I have so many good ideas. I was looking into building that app like a year, 2 years ago, and I was like, dude, it's gonna cost me like 10K to have a developer build this. Like, I don't know about that. And I was just like kind of thinking about it. And then I built it in like one day, and I'm like, wow, like I see really a lot of potential in this. Like, I have so many good ideas, and it just like, so yeah, just got started with it, and started the process. And I was like, I want to do this as a challenge, like hold myself accountable, like this is like set a big goal. And that's what I did. So you can just go back, see like day one, I ran into a lot of problems, and I learned how, like the process through trial and error, how to solve them. And I'm getting better at this every day. There's other channels, there's a few other channels of people doing similar challenges, but they're all like very experienced at this. So when they're explaining what they're doing, it's like coming from like an expert. And I couldn't really understand like most of what they were saying. So for me, I was like, okay, well, they're building things that are like way more complicated than I could build right now. And they're understanding all these things that I don't understand, and they're talking about it like it's like common knowledge. So I'm like, this would be awesome to help people that are beginners like me to like see the process I'm going through to like start from nothing and to build it up. And for using ads in the apps, like I could earn with ads, but from what I understand, ads are not gonna get me to my goal that quick. Like ads are like not making that much money. Ads are more for like, when I find if any of these apps get to mass adoption. So basically I've set up like I started with Google Analytics to track the apps so I can check to see like are people actually clicking on them, and like what like are they clicking on, so that I know like which ones are being used more. And then I realized that so like even I started with this program that when I would make the website live, that it was I can't even remember. I could look it up real quick. What program was that? Netlify. So I was recommended to use Netlify, but they had a really tight limit. Um, so then I was like, I really like that, but then I was like running into problems. So then I was recommended to use Vercel, and that's what I'm using now. And now Vercel even has their own like version of Google Analytics in it. So I don't even have to hook up Google Analytics anymore. I can just like ship it to GitHub and then ship the app through Vercel that can hook up its own analytics, and then it's live on the internet. So essentially now I got a way to track if people are using it. But basically the main way I want to earn is make apps that people get a lot of value out of, and then I can charge like probably like a monthly fee, or even like hook all the apps up together is what I'm thinking, into like one site, one database, and then have like other, maybe in the future even like have it so people can like find their favorite apps, and then maybe even like it could like create them their own like trading or investing plan or something like that, but have like a whole like financial like site that just does everything. And then that could be like, something like $10-$20 a month, something like that. And then just get like as many people as I can onto that. But like every app would be different as far as like, or every business idea could be different. Like, maybe that would work better for this business, but then maybe like you have another business that you're like creating like educational content, and then you could like charge people a different way. But yeah, there's so many different ways, and LLMs, AI can definitely help you brainstorm ways to monetize whatever type of business you're doing. And just what you can take what I'm doing. I mean, you could even copy what I'm doing, like, and put your own spin on it. Like, I'm totally cool. Anybody who wants to copy, doesn't matter to me. Just find out what you want to do and then expand on it. So, next question is investor of physical products with tons of ideas for digital products. that are novel inventions. The problem you're seeing is that with that AI doesn't understand what you're building because they're novel inventions. Um, so I guess the first thing that comes to my mind is you should probably spend more time talking to AI about what you want to do. Cause like AI is like almost like you're talking to like someone who speaks the same language, but they just think very different from you. So you just probably don't understand AI, or even try talking to like, switch from GPT to Gemini to Claude and like kind of ask them the same questions and they'll give you different answers. So it's like use it in the context of like a business coach and just talk to me like you're a business coach and tell them what you're trying to do, and you'll see some of them understand you better than others, but just keep talking to them and just keep rephrasing things differently, and I think over time you'll understand how they think a lot better, and then you can tell them your ideas and you'll know how to like explain your ideas better in a way that they understand it so that they can help you build it right. Because yeah, they're going to need to understand right. And even now, like with this, like I have to like check it a lot because it'll try to like tell me like to like add features to these apps that like don't make sense. But because I understand investing, then I know that like okay, like this doesn't make sense. Like I see why the LLM, why like Gemini thinks like like adding this feature to this app would make a lot of sense. But as a human being, I can see like that has been investing and trading for many years. I understand it better than they do at this point. So I can tell like no, that's not right. And I have to just like kind of check it. So yeah, you don't want to let it like constantly guide you. You got to like work with it. Um so yeah, respect, give thanks. Hopefully you guys build some awesome stuff and let me know too what you're building. Um okay, so going back to the build. So both paths are working perfectly. The cache system is live. It's gonna save the information so it doesn't have to use so many API calls. All right, so let's see where I'm at. Good thing I see. That's why when I first started this process and I had it write out the steps to build this app in, I made sure to like write it down on a different document because otherwise I'd have to like scroll up through like the past like hour of conversation to find that and then like scroll back down and like back up. So it's good to start out and make a plan and then like break it into steps and then like save that plan somewhere where you can just like go back to reference it. Okay, so I did the data and the engine. So now I should be doing the give it give it the math so it knows how to detect the Fibonacci ratio and how to, yeah, that's the major thing, is so it can detect the trend of the stock, so it knows what trends it in, so it knows how to apply the Fibonacci ratio correctly. um Awesome. All right, Gemini, it's finished building the cache. So for the next step is going to be to have it know the math to calculate the Fibonacci ratio and to essentially like look at the chart and be able to tell whether the chart is in an uptrend or downtrend so that it applies the Fibonacci tool in the right direction. I will paste the information from that step here, and then you create a prompt that I can give to Claude Code so that it builds this part of the app. Okay, so like this is the brain of the app. By automating the trend detection, I'm solving the number one problem beginners have. Am I drawing this thing the right way? Since I've already got the 5-year data coming in, we need Claude to look at the dates of the highs and lows to determine the era, like if it's in an uptrend or a downtrend, before it does the math. Um, just want to read this prompt to make sure it understands, because the main thing I'm thinking is maybe Gemini doesn't understand how uptrends and downtrends work to like do it correctly. So for the trend detection, find the max high and min low, like the top and the bottom of the data. And if the low occurred before the high in time, then it's in an uptrend. Okay, yeah, that would make sense. And then if the high occurred before the min low in time, then it's a downtrend. Um, that makes sense. And then for the Fibonacci math, calculate the levels at the certain percentages. So yeah, if you've never heard of the Fibonacci ratio, this is like some other like man, like the math for it is like super simple. I can't remember it exactly. Like you could look it up, but it's like 1 plus 2, and then you take that number, and it's like that plus 3, and then you take that number, and it's like that plus something like that. But that ratio is like the same mathematical ratio that is in nature. So it's like if you look at a pine cone or like a lightning bolt or like fractals, like how a lightning bolt goes into fractals, or you look at um like a seashell, like all these things, when you break it down, their design into like mathematical form, it all follows this same ratio. So Fibonacci ratio, which like wasn't even the Fibonacci guy, the Italian guy that says he created it, actually stole it from like ancient like India and like ancient cultures that figured this out like many years before he did. But yeah, it's basically like the ratio of like nature. And then people applied that to financial markets, and it actually like works very well in financial markets and nature. It's super interesting. um so the last thing they're saying is to add a function that returns a bar friend explanation. um I think that's too much. Like I don't know, I feel like maybe I'm giving it too many instructions at once, but no big deal. I'm gonna try this, and then if I hit a problem, then I'll learn from it. All right, another comment. This guy's an engineer, and knows how to write strong PRD. The main problem is it tries to change it to something that already exists. Which AI builder works best? So, from what I understand, they all work better at certain things. Um, Everybody that is better than me at this says that overall Claude Code is the best. Just like the LLMs, you gotta work with it, and the more you work with it, the more you understand it, and then the better you get over time. Um, the main difference I'm hearing, so the new one, so Claude just updated like maybe a week or two ago to like a newer model that works better, and the same day, um, ChatGPT, I believe, brought out their codex, I think it's called, and so the main two right now are codex and Claude Code. The main thing that people are saying Codex is better than Claude Code is that the rate limit is unlimited. If you get the $200 a month plan with Codex, you have unlimited use. Whereas like Claude Code has a limit, which I'm not even like I was just looking it up and I've been building like an app a day, like, and they're getting more and more complicated, and I haven't even used like it said I've used like 4% of like my monthly limit. So you must have to make some really complicated apps. And some people I hear they just like run their code like all night because they're making such complicated like sites and apps. But from what I understand, Claude Code is still better at like making stuff, if that makes sense. Like it's still better at like making what you want it to make. But what I understand, like the experts use a combination of Claude Code and Codex. And what they'll use Codex for is to like constantly go through their apps or their sites or whatever they make and like test for bugs and like test for security stuff. So like if you constantly ran Claude Code, like you would hit your limit. But once you already build something, then you could like give those files to Codex and then be like, hey Codex, go through this. Just do constant checks on like security, constant checks on all the code is working, constant checks for bugs, and it can just run all the time and do that. All right, so what changed in the engine? The trend detection. It's going to scan the full 5 years of data. Um, compare the data. See, the main thing is I'm like wanting to make. I'll know when it's done, but like I'm not sure it's going to understand that like trends change over time. So is it going to just be looking at 5 years and try to like say like where was the start of this trend 5 years ago compared to what it is now and like make that all one trend, or is it going to know how to actually like find the like main trends? But I guess if you're looking like Apple, for example, 5 years has pretty much been in the same trend. If you look at it from like a 5 year perspective, which is probably better for beginners. So I'm thinking maybe too technical for like traders on a trader level, but I'm building this app for beginners. And beginners are going to want to know what the trend has been, the overall trend for the last 5 years, and not look at like, you know, how much has the trend changed? Because you could look at like the last like 2 years of Apple, and it's probably going to look like it really hasn't. It's just been going sideways for the most part. It hasn't even really like been in a trend. Or like you could say like the trend is like gone up or down a little bit. It's going to depend on the stock. This is something more I think I just need to wait to see when it's done, and then I'll be able to be like, okay, I need to change this and I need to change that. So anyway, that's done. That only took a minute and a half. So what's the next step? Let's see. The next step I had was to have Claude put the Fibonacci lines over the chart, but I'm not even sure that I had it build the actual chart the way I wanted to first. So I got to make sure it does the candlestick chart instead of the line chart. Okay, the next step I have down is visualization with traffic lights, and it's saying to basically render the candlestick chart with the Fibonacci lines overlaid. But I don't even think that I gave Claude Code instructions to create the chart how I wanted it to create it. I wanted to create the chart in the form of a candlestick chart. and I want it to be so that when the user puts the stock ticker into the search bar, that it shows the chart in the form of a candlestick chart. So I'm going to paste here the instructions for step 3, and then I want you to write a prompt that makes sure that Claude Code has instructions on creating the chart the right way before it goes and does the what it needs to do to put the Fibonacci tool on top of the chart. Okay, this is where the app finally starts to look like a professional trading tool. I was right to mention that it needs to have the actual right kind of chart before it does the Fibonacci tool on it. So okay. So I'm giving it a prompt to tell it the chart engine to create a candlestick chart. And use recharts, but since recharts doesn't have a native candle component, why not just use something that does? I don't know. I'll see what happens. If it looks weird, then I'll just have it switch it back later. Because the last API I used, the candlestick chart looked really good. And then use the Fibonacci overlays. It tells it how to do that. Yeah, I should have had. This is one thing they're talking about, like to use bar friend analogy. Like you'd be talking to someone at a bar instead of like technical analogy for this stuff. But I should have had to change that. But that's cool. I can change it later if I don't like the labels for that stuff. And then saying use dark mode for the UI, so the chart background is transparent. Make the grid lines very subtle, and ensure that when a user searches a ticker, the chart updates using the 5-year data we already fetched. All right, cool. So yeah, Flat Finder Vancouver, yeah, you're very welcome. Respect. I'm glad I could help. So you saying you built a few apps with Claude Desktop for MacBook, and you just need to figure out how to go from the local host to actual deployment. Yeah, I'm doing that every time in my live streams, and I've been getting better at the process. So essentially, GitHub is the main thing you want to know. Time to stand up. Yeah, so you want to know GitHub. Look into GitHub. Uh, just go on AI, ask it about like GitHub, tell it what you're trying to do, and yeah, GitHub's pretty easy. Essentially, you can just tell like I'm just telling Claude Code like to send things to GitHub. So like Claude Code can send it to it once you have an account. And one important thing to know is like actually that reminds me, I have not been doing this so far, is you don't want to wait unless it's super simple, you don't want to wait till the end of a project to basically send your project live on the internet, because you might run into problems. So the best thing to do is people will like do one step at a time. They'll complete a step and then they'll send it to GitHub. And when they send it to GitHub, it's saved at that step. So now if like let's say the next step you run into problems, um it's much easier to just go back to GitHub and take your last save and then go back and like redo it from there than to like try to figure out and fix the problems most of the time. So that's a good reminder that when I finish this step, I'm gonna push what I have so far to GitHub. Um, Even though I don't think it's, yeah, I'm gonna ask it too. Like, is there enough done that it can show me uh, the local project, and and then I'll send it to GitHub. And for security flaws, so the main thing about security that I'm understanding right now is you're gonna have API keys. You want to have these API keys, and it should do it for you when you're explaining that you're having API keys. But you want to have your API keys in a special kind of file in your folder that like, because anyone could go on GitHub, or like anyone could like that knows code could like see your code in your files. That there's like a special file that is like private or hidden, and you put the API keys in that folder. So then when you go onto GitHub, it won't show up as like a folder that anyone can see on there. And then when you go push it to or send it to like what I'm using, Vercel or Netlify or whatever, there's other options too. You need to like manually give that your API keys, and it will keep that separate from everything else. So I'm sure there's a lot more to security that I don't understand that I'll learn as I go. Um, Sounds like from what I'm hearing from people is like if and when I get a lot of people using a certain app or website or whatever I'm making, um, I'll run into more problems. Like it'll like crash from like too much people using it, and then I'll have to figure out from there like how to make it better so that it doesn't crash and more people use it. But that's how these things go. It sounds like that's just a part of it. Is just like learning as you go. So you will make something, and then you'll run into problems later, and then you'll have to put it back into Claude Code or whatever you're using, and have it like fix that issue. But you won't know what the issue is until like that it happens. Um, so yeah, it's just a learning process, and I'm still learning. But yeah, to me, this is a lot of fun. It's like making me a lot smarter. Just learning very complicated stuff that I really like to learn. That is right now way over my head, but I mean, at the same time, like I was saying before, like yeah, if I had to actually learn how to write code like that, my brain is like I've looked into in the past and like thought about trying it, and yeah, actually like writing the code and doing that to me would just be like very not fun. Whereas like this, where I don't have to write the code and I can just build stuff, to me is like super fun and super interesting. So like, yeah, I run into a lot of problems, and like I have to learn as I go on how to fix them, but it's like it's fun to me. It's really fun to like build something. And also knowing too, like to build this app, would it cost minimum $1,000, I'm guessing. And you know, then I'd have to like, even if I like paid someone to do this, like they're not gonna be able to build it in a couple hours. It's probably gonna take them like, I don't know, I have no idea. I would guess just like at least a week. So yeah, there's so much awesome stuff to this that I just keep learning and just yeah, enjoying what I'm doing and getting better and better as time goes by. So yeah, it's done working. So I'm gonna ask it now. Should I push it to GitHub? Um, okay, so Claude's saying the next step is I need a search bar. Does Claude have the search bar component built yet? I'm not sure. Um, okay, before I continue, I want to check out what it has built so far, and then basically push it to GitHub so it has a saved version of where it's at right now. Do you think that's a good idea? Let me guess, it's going to tell me it's a great idea. That's an excellent idea. In fact, it's a professional best practice. Pushing to GitHub now acts as a save point, like I was talking about. Awesome. So before I push, make sure I don't accidentally leak secrets to the public web. Check the git ignore file in the root folder to ensure the 2 lines are there with the API key and the cache. Okay. Um, so I know the API key is in the right folder. Um, I just gotta find git ignore and the cache. So I don't see the cache folder in git ignore. Oh, see cache, but it's not. All right. Yeah, I know that file is there for the API keys because I put the API keys in myself. I don't see cache file under the git ignore, but I do see there is above it 2 different places where it says dot cache and then it's like under that is like turbo pack. All right. So do I use Mac or Windows? I'm using Windows. I've never even owned a Mac in my life. Um, from what I understand, professional coders almost always use Mac. Um, I notice like it gives me instructions like if you have Windows, type in this command. If you have Mac, use this command. I think Mac too is better for like graphic design. Um, but I've always liked Windows better. Just the way it works just seems to like make more sense with the way like my brain works. But who knows, maybe as I get into it better, I'll get a Mac. But I was also thinking about getting a Mac Mini because a lot of people, I want to try setting up the Claude bot is what it's now it's called. Like they keep changing the name. I don't know why. I think GPT just bought Claude bot too. So like now maybe Claude bots are going to be on GPT, but because Claude bot's like something that runs and like you know just like you tell it to do something and it's like constantly running, You got to be careful for security. So people are buying Mac Minis so that they're running it on a totally separate computer than like their computer, so it can't like accidentally delete everything or like get into like their bank account information into their passwords and like send it to somebody else if someone can like get into it. So yeah, there's so much to learn with this, and I just keep learning. Okay. Sounds like gitignore is already set up to handle the technical cache, but we need to make sure the stock data cache we just built isn't going to get uploaded to GitHub. The 5-year stock files can get big, and if you search for 100 stocks, you don't want to push 100 JSON files to the repo. So how to fix the gitignore? Open the gitignore file and add this line to the very bottom. No, I don't want to do that. I want to have Claude Code do it for me. Would it be possible for you to write a prompt to have Claude Code update the gitignore file? It's way easier and way less likely for me to make a mistake. But I see that Claude is recommending for me the next step is to actually check out the local folder and see if it's working. So that's going to be interesting. All right, yeah. So it's saying for safety, just yeah, make sure it doesn't show the API keys, but it already did it, and I don't see them there. So, and it's free API keys right now anyway. So now I know that to if I'm working with paid API keys, not to do it on the stream. I can just put a free one in and then go back and change it to a paid one later. So do I push it to GitHub and then look at the site that is locally ready, or should I look at the local site first and then push it to GitHub if it looks right? Always look at the local site first. In the developer world, we call this sanity checking. You want to make sure the app actually boots up and doesn't crash on the home screen before you push your name on it to GitHub. That makes sense. Awesome. So start the engine, run npm run dev in the terminal. So I'm going to add a new terminal. It's just PowerShell. And it's it didn't work, unable to acquire lock. So I'm going to copy and paste this. Why the npm dev didn't work in the regular terminal, and give it to Gemini and find out have it basically like translate for me as a beginner what this is telling me, and then I'll give right prompt to Claude Code to fix this. All right, I started a new terminal in PowerShell and I ran npm run dev, and it gave me this error message that I'm about to paste here. So can you kind of explain to me, as a beginner, what this error message is saying? So imagine I'm trying to open a door, but somebody else is already standing in the doorway holding the handle from the other side. Port 3000 is in use. The computer has ports where it runs websites. Usually Next.js uses 3000 because I likely have another terminal open. Oh, I bet. So I got the yesterday's app, but that shouldn't be local, that should be live. Anyways, maybe that's not it. So I have another terminal open, or Claude is trying to run the server in the background. Slot 3000 is busy. Your computer tried to be helpful and move you to 303, unable to acquire lock. This is the real deal breaker. Next.js creates a tiny lock file to make sure two different versions of your site aren't trying to change the same files at once. It's saying, hey, I see another version of this app is already running. I can't start a second one because I don't want to break anything. Since I'm in PowerShell, I can forcibly tell that other version to go away, but I don't want to try to fix this in PowerShell. I want to have Claude Code fix this. Can you give me a prompt to give Claude Code so it can fix this problem? Uh, all right. So I'm telling Claude that I'm getting an unable to acquire lock error because a previous instance of the dev server is still running in the background. So I wanted to first kill all the zombies. Run a command to find and kill any running node or next dev processes. Then clear the lock, delete the file, in the right folder for the lock, wipe the cache to give us a fresh start. So maybe it was the cache because the cache was holding info. So then restart. Once the deck is clear, try to run npm run dev again, and then tell me which port it's settled on. Okay. So that would have been, if I didn't know to have Claude fix this, and I would have just listened to Gemini to try to manually like paste in prompt by prompt into PowerShell, this would have taken probably a long time and probably would have ran into a lot of errors, and I would have probably been going in circles. And if I hadn't already done that and ran into that problem, I wouldn't know. Ports are clear now. Whoa. The lock error killed the second attempt. Let's do a fully clean restart. Um, All is clear. I think this is gonna be the test. So okay, Claude says that all is clear. Here's the status. Zombie process killed via PowerShell. Actually, I'm just gonna paste that to you, and it's saying that the local host 3000 is ready to go. I just tried to refresh my browser and it still says connection failed. But here is what Claude told me. Oh, thanks. Be sure to always run npm install before I run npm run dev. Awesome. Yeah, that's good to know. So like, I should have just had Claude do it, so it would have caught that. But yeah, that's good to know. Um, okay. Classic ghost in the machine situation. Claude is a terminal agent. It might be running the server on its own private terminal instance that isn't bridging correctly to the Windows browser. Oh, I'm not in the Windows browser. I'm in the. Okay. Just try this on the browser. So it's working on the browser, but it's not working on the on Claude. Weird. Okay, so I was looking at that in the browser on Cursor. I just tried copying and pasting the URL for the local on Google browser, and it's working. I haven't tried it yet, but I'm about to try it right now. All right. So yeah, get to check this out so far where it's at. Let's see. And try Apple. Yeah, that is a very, very bad looking candlestick chart. Yeah, this is so like that had Claude Code automatically make the candlestick chart because I'm guessing this API doesn't have candlestick chart. But then like you can check the what I made yesterday, and this looks like normal candlestick chart. Like this looks really good. These are actually like looks like candlesticks. But yeah, this one they made today, and I can't even like zoom in like that. Yeah, I do not like this API at all compared to that, but now I know. So yeah, it's saying where the Fibonacci levels are, but I would still like to save this. I still want to save it, and then I can go back later and make the candlestick chart actually look like. It's like a beginner's not gonna know like this is not what a candlestick chart looks like. But me, I'm like, dude, that is weird. Like like I get it, I can still read it, but it's like super annoying compared to like a good looking candlestick chart. Okay. So I think first I'm gonna push this to GitHub. Um let's see. So the site did not work locally on the or the cursor browser. That's where I was getting that message, but I just tried it on Windows and it worked. Um, the only thing I notice right now is that the candlestick chart looks really bad, especially compared to the candlestick chart that I made with Trend Friend yesterday. And I'm guessing that's because it's a different API. But I'm thinking that I can just change that later. And for right now, this is probably good enough to push to GitHub. What do you think? Should I just worry about the candlestick chart part later and push this to GitHub now? Yeah, they're saying push it now. In software development, this is called a point of stability. Even if the chart looks like a mess of neon sticks right now, the plumbing, like the API connection, the data fetching, and the local caching is actually the hardest part to build, and that part is working. The ugly chart is just CSS and formatting, and if I push now, I've secured the difficult logic. And if I mess up the styling later, then I won't lose the hard work I did to get the data flowing. That's good to know. So give Claude this command to officially save your progress to the world. So why does the chart look bad compared to yesterday? I was right. It's the API format. Every API delivers data slightly differently. Some call it high, some H, some max. So the one I used yesterday might have given me very specific intervals. And then today it gives me a massive 5-year dump that can make the candles look like slivers if we're not zooming in. And it doesn't even zoom in, like the whole chart in general. That's what I need to talk to it about too. And I'll just worry about that later. Um, don't I need to do something in GitHub before I have Claude push it to GitHub? I'm not even signed into GitHub yet. All right, so go to GitHub. Create a new repository. Name it Fibonacci friend. Description, just Fibonacci ratio tool for beginner investors. And create repository. Okay, it's saying that I should give the terminal in PowerShell one prompt before I have GitHub CLI installed and have Claude do that. I'll try that. I don't like that idea, but we'll see. Okay, PowerShell. Yep, got an error message from PowerShell like I thought. So I'm just gonna copy and paste the error message and tell it to write me a prompt that I can copy and paste the GitHub URL and just have Claude do it all. And I would tell Gemini to stop telling me to use the PowerShell terminal, but I know it's going to forget and it's going to start telling me to do it again. So I just need to know to, like, when it tells me to do that, to be like, no, don't do that. All right, I tried to give the PowerShell terminal the prompt that you gave me, and it gave me the error message that I'm about to give you. So if you could just give me a prompt that I can give to Claude Code that will do all this, where I can just copy and paste my URL I just got from GitHub into it, and then I'll give that to Claude Code. Here is the error message I got from the terminal. So the error just means I don't have the GitHub CLI installed on my computer. No worries, most people don't. We can just use standard Git, which is definitely already there since Claude has been using it. Simply open a browser pop-up for you to sign in. It's actually easier. Why didn't you tell me to do that from the start? All right. So it's giving me the prompt, and I'm just needing to paste it onto this document so that I can replace the one part with the URL I just got from GitHub. All right. Let's go back into Claude. Yeah. All right. Making progress. Yeah, I can tell, like, another 5 or 10 more apps. I'm gonna be learning all these different APIs, know what's like good for what, what's not good, and then when I actually like build something that ties all this stuff together, um, what what is the GitHub username for the remote URL? I don't know. I guess I got to oh, weird. I thought I gave it to, but I guess I didn't copy. Huh. That's strange. So apparently when I copied the GitHub URL into the prompt, it didn't copy right, and I gave it. I'm confused on why it didn't copy right, because it's showing it in the Word document. Okay. So I just gotta type the username, no big deal. Saying no commits yet, that should make sense because I haven't committed anything yet. Well, I should have been doing that, but anyways. Yeah, that was weird. All right. Let's see. So Claude is recommending that I build the UI for the backtest results next. Gonna see originally what my plan was. Um, my original plan was to do the probability language engine, create a text box that explains the current situation, where the current price is, and I'll put a likelihood statement. Yeah, so this is part of it. Um, kind of improvising. So like originally what I was gonna say for this next step was that I was gonna explain the current situation. Um, and also in that explanation to include historical probability, but I want those to be separate. So I wanted to like do what it already did, which is like, let me see. Yeah, so it's already saying like where it is in regard to the ratios, but it's not saying it's not doing the back testing. Okay. So I want to just do the back test separate so that shows up on like a separate spot on the app. It makes sense. All right, back to Gemini. So Claude is saying that it thinks for the next step, it should build the UI for the backtest results. I'm not sure if it already like did the process of like knowing how to do the back testing. Essentially, what I want to do is have it so it backtests when the stock was in a um, similar area in regards to the Fibonacci ratio and like what it did over the next couple months and like the percentage of time that it did that. So originally, my next step that I planned was the probability language that solves what we were talking about as the magic bullet fallacy. Um, which I think was all about like likelihood statements. Yeah. Yeah, I'm glad I saved it before I did this next one because I had to type to finish that to tell Gemini that kind of doing a lot here, so give me a prompt that isn't going to try to do too much based on like the improvising for the plan. Um, Saying that's a good idea. Jumping straight into a complex backtest UI before we have the probability language is how things can get cluttered and confusing. By building the probability engine now, I'm giving the users the so what of data instead of just looking at lines. Then they get a narrative. So why this comes before the backtest. The backtest shows the past data, but the status component explains the present moment. We need the probability language to act as the bridge. One thing, it's showing me the prompt and I'm reading it, and I needed to write a different prompt. I just needed to give it to one change for that. Okay, I like the prompt you wrote, but I just wanted to add one thing. I want to make sure that this backtest information is separate from like the top of the app the way it already is, where it shows and explains where the stock is now, so that like when you scroll down past where it is now, it'll show the like backtest information below that. So write a new prompt that considers this. So I just noticed some comments saying, have I ever used Firecrawl's MCP or their website and used the branding kit? No, I have not. Um, this will pull everything, the fonts, the colors, and the style. You could use that and then grab inspiration from places like LuxAlgo and TradingView. Yeah, that's interesting to check out. I'm gonna think while this next prompt is running, I'm gonna look into that. So yeah, I'm creating a funnel for the user. The header, what is the stock? Because that's like what the beginners want to know. The backtesting is going to be more difficult for them. The hero, where are we at now? The deep dive, how has this worked in the past? All right. Hey Gemini, I just got a suggestion for somebody while I was coding, and they were telling me that I should check out Firecrawl's MCP and use the branding kit. That it can pull everything like fonts and colors and style, and then I could grab inspiration from places like Lux Algo and TradingView. I know what TradingView is, but I don't really understand anything else from this suggestion. Could you explain this better to me? What's up, Sergio Lazaro? I'm not really sure what you're telling me, top viewers. So yeah, Firecrawl is a specialized web scraper designed for AI. Normal scrapers just give you messy text. So a web scraper basically is gonna like look at a website and then just like um check out everything on it. It can like copy all the data or whatever. Um, so Firecrawl turns a website into clean data, and that AI can understand. So okay, I see what you're saying. That way, it can for the candlestick chart can look at like TradingView and see their chart. Um, and like the last app I made, it did access something with TradingView. I didn't use Firecrawl, but like Claude Code just automatically went on to like TradingView and like so yeah. Once I finish like the brain part of the app and then I go back and like make sure the style is good, that's when I will try this out. So so Firecrawl doesn't just read the text of a website, it analyzes the CSS and design tools. That's good to know. If I point to URL, it will return a branding profile containing colors, typography, and spacing. So I could do that for LuxAlgo and TradingView. Um, LuxAlgo then must be a indicator company up. For high-end sleek branding, they use illuminated gradients and modern fonts. And then TradingView is the one I've usually used. However, like I'm like not too sure about like if I copy exactly TradingView or LuxAlgo's chart and they're like you can see I did that yesterday because yeah the can see right here is the TradingView logo at the bottom. And this is definitely like TradingView style and chart. And I was asking yesterday AI like, is it a problem to do that? And they were like, oh no, that's cool. But as somebody who's been in business a long time, you never know who's gonna like have a problem with something and say like, this is too similar to what I'm doing. So that's something I always think about after. Yeah. So okay. So when I was running my publishing company, this was crazy. I had a lot of books through Amazon, and I would get random like it happened twice where I like my account got shut down because a random like major publisher came and said that I copyrighted something that they had. Like I basically like copied and stole something. And like Amazon didn't even like investigate it because it came from a major publisher. They just like shut my account down. And like I had to like worry about like proving like whether I was right or wrong. So I knew I was like, no, I knew the rules. I did everything right. This doesn't make sense. Well, the major publisher, two different times where like I didn't violate any laws. They were just like I tried to contact them and then they just ignored me. So then I just started sending them an email like every day to like record like hey, I'm trying to like showing so this way at least if they kept ignoring me, I could come back to Amazon and be like, look, I'm trying to like work this out with them. I'm sending them an email every day and they're just ignoring me. They won't even like respond to like what's wrong with like their issue. So like I don't think I did anything wrong. Well, anyways, after like a week of doing that, they must have realized what I was trying to do. So they started like responding and being like, "Nope, you violated our copyright." And I was like, "Well, how? Just tell me how." And they kept like trying to dodge the question. So finally they'd be like, "Well, you didn't actually violate any of our copyrights, but we feel like this is going to be confusing to our readers because you're talking about similar information." And I'm like, you can't just like lie and say that I violated a copyright just to get my account shut down, but they did. And I was not the only person they were doing that to. They were doing that to a ton of people. And these big publishing companies realized that they could go after independent publishers, and Amazon wouldn't like fact check them. They'd just be like, "Oh, you said they're copywriting you? Okay, well we'll shut their account down." So then like I was like, "Okay, you guys are making false claims. You need to go back and tell Amazon the truth. Otherwise, I'm going to have to like take the next legal step." Right away they went and told Amazon, "Yeah, we're sorry. We didn't actually like he didn't actually violate our copyright." So then Amazon would like bring my account back. But the amount of times this happened was insane. I was like, dude, these people are like, and I've talked to other people that had like products on Amazon, and they're like, yeah, they figured like people figured out how you could like basically if like enough complaints came in about a product, then Amazon would pull it from the shelf. So like competitor companies would just like have people go and like complain about it that amount of time so they would get their competitors taken down. And I was like, man, I don't Amazon, man. I don't know. But anyways, back to what I was doing. Um so you're an inventor, you don't believe in copying or cloning. Yeah, I think so you're saying like you don't believe in it, like you don't want to copy people cuz like yeah, I'm not trying to like just go and copy people's stuff. Um but I think what you're saying is like what is there's like let's see, like that book called like Great Artists Steal or Steal Like an Artist, I think it's called. Cause like if you look at art or you look at like books or anything, like every artist like for the most part has seen other people's art and they were inspired by other people's art. So that's like into who they are, like musicians, like they've listened to other musicians and they learn from those other musicians and then they create their own style. So like yeah, if you're doing like a cover song, it's still not going to sound exactly like the person that you're like covering. Like you can put your own like spin on it. But like yeah, I hear like if that's what you're saying, like that's not like stealing. If you're like you're being inspired by something else and you're doing it differently. So yeah, I think that's what you mean. Um yeah, everything is like since the beginning of time, man, like it all just like evolves. Everything just evolves and everyone learns from each other and then like yeah. Okay. So now I want to check it, I think. Yeah, that's cool. Okay, so what we had before is still there. This is saying it's likely a buy. Um, I see like Apple. Who knows? I think it's hard to say. Apple's a big stock. Um, Beginner investors, Apple would be a good stock to learn from. But like I'm really as far as from a business perspective, that's why all these different tools are good because you can all the different tools like from this perspective it's a buy, but like if you look at every other tool, you might get different opinions from other tools, and that's why they're all good to work together and get a better idea. But as like a business person looking at stocks to buy, and looking at the like chart of Apple, it's gone up so much in the last few years. As far as opportunity, like other stocks you can buy that have a better opportunity, I'm like, dude, like, how is Apple gonna double in profit from where it's at as a business? Is Apple gonna stay relevant with its? Because iPhone is Apple right there, and well, Mac too, the computers. So yeah, Apple definitely, I don't think is going anywhere. So that makes it a really good like beginner investment. But like, how much is the price really gonna go up that much more? And even right here, like it's showing like it's at the kind of the top at the Fibonacci ratio. It's looking for a pullback. Uh, the momentum is strong, but like there's so much with technology changing, like competition coming up on the horizon for Apple. But anyways, that's something else. In the last 5 years, the golden zone acted like a trampoline 4 times out of 12. So only 1/3 of the time, uh, it held. So looking at this, that's like a different story. In the last 5 years, when Apple was at this spot, um, only 1/3 of the time it didn't like break down past this level. So didn't hold 8 times. Oh wow! And then it goes back and it explains every time in the last 5 years that it was at this point what it did and what the gains were. And that's good to see too, because then as a beginner you can look and you can be like, hey, the 4 times that it didn't like go down from this point and go down and break that level, the gains were like 5%, 15%, and like 2 and 3%. Um, but then every time it went down, it was like 17%, like 20%, and especially recent. No, that's 2021. Okay, so way back in the so more recently, and you can look at like the recent is down here. I think I would want to change that so like it starts from the top and goes down in time through the bottom. But anyways, like as an investor, I'm looking at like every time it's been at this level, the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times, it's broken and gone down. So yeah, these are just now I know how to like make this app better. Um, See, I think the next step is to push this to GitHub. Let's see. All right. Okay, I just checked the site and it works. There's a few things I would like to change, but for the most part, I think that it's probably good to push it again to GitHub. What do you think? So I'm giving Claude a prompt to push it to GitHub. Essentially, yeah, the next step, step 5, was the last step, and that was the back testing. Um, to look back at the last 3 to 4 significant swings and see if they hit the Fibbo levels. and I already did that. So essentially, like I've already done um everything I wanted to do with this app. Now I just want to like this is like the rough draft. I want to just like make it better. See what's on there, like things like I talked about, like the chart does not look very good, and the just the way that it organizes the data. I think I would organize it a little bit differently. So yeah, I just want to fix the chart to make it better and to organize the data better. And I'm gonna think the main part is gonna be to the improving the chart. So I'm gonna be interested to see with this API, could I have it still like do what it did yesterday and like use like TradingView as an example for their chart, and then that way I can like scroll and look back in time, stuff like that. But maybe that's not even that important for this app. Okay. All right, this is awesome. Essentially, I have done every step and built the app out and included all the features that I wanted to include. Are there any other features that you could think of that might provide value to a beginner investor in regards to this information? All right. Oh, I like your suggestion that Luxaldo has custom indicators. So yeah, I should check out that site for sure. I'm gonna take a note of that. All right, so I asked Gemini for some suggestions for things to add to it. First thing it says was like combine volume, so you can tell people like, the volume is like this, so like you should like take that into consideration. But I already made a volume app, so yeah, that's with the rest of the apps in the description, the link. So I don't want to like right now. My goal is to just create apps that do one thing. The next thing they recommend is a risk reward calculator. Beginners struggle with where to sell or where to admit they are wrong. When the price hits the golden zone, display two target lines on the chart. The I'm wrong line, the stop loss, usually just below, or the pay me line, usually back. So they're saying put in a stop loss at a certain point and take profit at a certain point. But from what I understand, that is illegal with the SEC. I should not be telling people. Maybe I don't understand. Like some people say the SEC is like really strict about certain things, and some people I see do things that they're like the SEC says they shouldn't do. Because you from the main thing is you can't tell people like that they should buy something or they should sell something, but you can tell people like, I just bought this here, or I just sold this here, or I'm gonna buy this here, I'm gonna sell this here. It's really stupid to me. From what I understand, the guy who created the SEC was like a huge stock market manipulator, and he like manipulated the stock market really big and made like a ton of money basically cheating. And then he created the SEC to create rules so that other people couldn't do what he did. like like you can't make this stuff up, man. I mean, I don't know how true that is, but that's what I've been told. So the last suggestion is an error comparison. Stock might be at a golden zone right now, but if the whole market is crashing, that zone might not hold true. So a tiny market mood badge that shows if the S&P 500 is also in an uptrend. So it'll prevent people from buying a good setup in a bad market. Um, that seems like a little like too much. I want to keep this as simple as possible for beginners. So no, I don't want to do that. I want to try and see if I can make this chart look better. I like your suggestions, but I think that they're too complicated for what I'm trying to do with this tool for beginners. So now the main thing that I want to make better is the chart. Yesterday when I did that chart, it looks like it used the same kind of design from TradingView because there was a TradingView logo on the bottom corner of the screen. Um, this chart looks really bad, and the chart yesterday was much better, mainly because like it looked better visually, and also I liked how you could like zoom out and like scroll back and look at like the past. It looks like this chart right now is only looking at maybe the past like 6 months of data. But what I want is so that you can see, be able to like look at like the whole chart of the whole 5 years that it has. So yeah, I don't know. Do you think we should focus on one thing at a time, or do you think I could have all these in one prompt and that Claude Code could figure out how to do it? Okay. The reason yesterday's chart was better is because they likely used an iframe or a specialized technical analysis library, where what Claude built today is a custom made chart using a standard graphing library. To get the trading view feel without zooming, scrolling, with zooming, scrolling, and pro level visuals, we should definitely focus on just the chart in this next step. Okay. Instead of trying to force a basic library to look like TradingView, we should have Claude use the lightweight charts library or the TradingView widget. This gives you the zooming, the scrolling, and the pro aesthetic instantly. So I'm going to give it a prompt. And I'm reading this prompt and it's already done some of these things like, but I guess that shouldn't be a big deal. because it's very like simple things that it's telling it. See, I'm gonna do this, and then if it still looks bad, then I can just focus on how it looks, I think. All right. Yeah. Right before I started the stream, put in 3 quick crypto trades, and I've been like experimenting with usually like I've been doing like 10x leverage, and I've been experimenting with like really low amounts of money with like 100x leverage, just like for fun, just like to like see if I can like hit the right spot. um so yeah, I'm up 121% on my Bitcoin trade, 13% on my Solana trade, and about the same thing on XRP trade. And we're still going up, so yeah, I think it's time to change my stop loss to break even. All right. So yeah, I'm glad I saved to GitHub before this step, because I feel like if Claude is gonna like mess anything up, this would be where it does. Um, yeah, this is so awesome. Like, it's weird. Like the way my mind works is like I like to like learn really difficult things, and I'm like super motivated. But then once I like learn it and I get good at it, then I'm like not as motivated, and then I want to try the next thing that like to learn. Like, um, so like 2 years ago, or like 2 summers ago, I saw somebody wing foiling, and I was like, "Whoa, what is that?" Like, I want to learn that. That looks cool. And then I researched it, and people were like, "This is like super difficult to learn," and I was like, "Oh, that makes me want to learn it even more." And I was like, "Dude, I'm getting a wing foil," and I had just learned to surf like a couple years before that, and where I'm living right now, um, near the Great Lakes, it's very rare. Like last summer, there was like one day I was able to surf on the Great Lakes, and I'm not trying to go in the wintertime when they get regular waves. But anyways, yeah. So like surfing is not here, but wing foiling can do. So yeah, I learned wing foiling, and I learned it quick comparatively. But like once you learn it, it's like it's not hard. It's like very like requires very little effort. Like snowboarding, unless like well, yeah, all those board sports, man, I love that stuff. And they all kind of play off each other, like the surfing and like the snowboarding combined to like wing foiling. The only thing I had to learn was like most of these wing foilers are like people backgrounds with like sailboats. So I knew nothing about like the wind and like you know how the wind works over like the lake and like just all that stuff I had to learn. Um, but yeah, now that I learned wing foiling, like man, I mean, just like riding around, like moving around on the foil for the most part doesn't take much energy. Like with that sport, it's really cool because like if you're trying hard, you're like doing it wrong. Like you should be able to like stay relaxed and like it's really easy once you learn it. But learning is super difficult. And like learning this, I can tell it's like I'm just used to learning difficult things, but I'm guessing for like a lot of people this could be pretty difficult. But like once I get this down, I should be able to like keep building more and more difficult things. So there's like a learning curve here to where like, I can learn to make these apps and it's getting easier and easier. But then like I'm gonna learn to make a website. Like I'll be learning to do like the websites to like tie these apps together. And that'll be a whole new learning curve. And then like I can learn like how to make like trading robots. And that would be a whole new learning curve. And then I could learn how to like code all the like employees for this business. And then that'll be a whole new learning curve. But like the sky is the limit. Like I'm seeing so much potential for this for what I'm doing. So it's time to check out the new version. Let's see how it looks. Here we go. Much better. Wow. Yes. That is what I wanted to see. That's what I want to see. Okay. How much data is that? It's not 5 years, but it's enough. So you got March of 2021. No, that is 5 years. Wow. Okay. And you see how these levels actually like do play like look at this. It bounced off this level and then it broke through to the next level and then all the traders see that probably so like it even came down and like bounced again and then bounced back to the original level and it's like bouncing around in between levels and then it finally broke down and it tried to hit that level again and got rejected and bounced back down, broke through, almost reached the top. Yeah, so you see how these levels like they definitely come into play. And this just okay, so this just gave me an idea for another tool. Like I could do a tool that just finds the gaps. So like these you can see like in the lines in the candlestick chart. And that's another thing I like about candlestick chart is the line charts don't show these gaps. The candlestick chart can show a gap. And essentially you get these gaps sometimes is basically like the price jumped faster like in between trading days than like it doesn't connect. But pretty much always and you can back test this too. Yeah, I gotta write this down right now. Uh yeah, almost always when there's a gap, it'll get filled. So you see this gap right here? Like Apple went way up past there, but it came down a ton and it came down just far enough to fill that gap. Um, yeah, and it's like filled every gap on this section of the chart, right? Yeah, every gap has been filled. So yeah, I mean, this is like money right here. This is so much better. Wow. And like even they fixed the wow, yeah, I gotta push this to GitHub. Only one more thing I want to do on this. And that's just change this so that it shows the just flip it around and show the most recent data first. Wow, this is so awesome. Yeah, this is cool, man. All right, I did it. Just one more thing to do. Gotta push it to GitHub, make that one easy change. All right. Yeah. All right, I really like the new chart. It looks much better. It does everything that I wanted it to do. There's only one more change I want to make, and that is so the last part of the app is every golden zone touch, and it shows the date and then like the touch price and the 30-day price and the change. Will that list the data from like the farthest back at the top to the most recent at the bottom? And I want to flip that so it lists the most recent at the top and then it goes down through time so that like the farthest back data point is at the bottom. Create a prompt to do this with Claude Code. So yeah, I'm just pushing this to GitHub while it creates that prompt. And sin reverse the order. The last thing they're telling me to tell Claude to do is to add a header. And I don't want to do that. I want this tool to be simple, so you just scroll down. All right, just got to check it out. Push it to GitHub, and hopefully it worked. Oh yeah, I didn't have to refresh it. All right. Yeah, so it did what I told it to do. It was super simple too. Always trying to make something new. Getting inspired by the few that did it right before me so I can explore these ways to make it better and make more cheddar, provide more value to you and everything I do, and just stay true to the game because the system out here can really kind of mess with your brain trying to tell you to go on a route that's really, without a doubt, in my opinion, going to lead you in the wrong way. So, yeah. All right. See, if only they taught us, if only when I went to public school system, man, like so many things they taught me, man, like how important is it compared to understanding investing? Everybody invests. Like, if, I mean, 401ks, like that's a part of life. Like, investing should be taught to people from like an early age. Why don't they? Like, it doesn't make sense to me. But anyways, what I see is good. I feel like I should push it to GitHub and call it. All I got to do after that is just and since you guys are talking about it, I'll show you the Vercel. Or actually, I wouldn't be able to show that because I got to put in my API keys, but I'll explain what I'm doing with that. So yeah, this is good. I'm gonna push this to GitHub and start up Vercel. So yeah, so far I got the trend friend, the candle coach, the squeeze snap tool, the whale volume tracker, the volatility forecast, and the hype checker app. And the hype checker was the first one I did. And looking back at that one, I'm like, okay, clearly the name does not imply what it does. Um, yeah, that's not a big deal. Okay, it pushed it. It should be in GitHub. Now I can just go on Vercel and add a new project and import the Fibonacci friend. And just got to put in the API correctly. So I got to change. Got it on the browser. Yep. Yep. Now I'll go into file with the API key, copy and paste that into Vercel. Environment variables. And deploy. And it's deploying, just builds the logs, does a deployment summary, and assigns custom domains. So yeah, one thing to mention too is I'm not buying domains for this stuff because I don't know if people are using it. And that'd be a lot of domains, 30 apps, buy 30 domains, and then people don't even use them all. But yeah, if you're actually trying to like start a business on something, that's one of the main things. One of the main things I learned in business is that before you actually like commit to a business name, like once you're sure about you're going to do a business, before you commit to a business name, make sure you can get the .com domain. Make sure it's available. Um, so many people make a business and then they need to go get the domain and then they need to change their name or something. So yeah, just something to consider. Okay, so it looks like just need to test it. That was locally before, so now I'm gonna test it. Yeah, here we go. Seeing if it worked for real. So that last window was the local host. I'm about to do it. And it works. Let's see. Oh, I guess not. Yeah, every time, man. Every time with this, when I think I'm done, I'm like, in my mind, I'm like, oh, I did it, I'm done. That's when something goes wrong. um, I got a new issue to figure out. So yeah, always just gotta keep an open mind. And I'm not done until I'm actually done. All right, everything was good. So I pushed it to GitHub, and then I sent that to Vercel. Vercel gave me the URL. So I tried the URL, and the site looked like normally it did, but when I typed in the ticker for Apple, I got this error message. That's the classic "it works on my machine" moment of web development. Don't worry, your code isn't broken, it's just that the environment has changed. Something likely happened because Vercel, the cloud, doesn't have the API key that your computer has. I mean, I put it in, but yeah, we'll see what's wrong. And also, we built a cache folder, and Vercel doesn't allow apps to write new files to its hard drive the same way your computer does. So I don't need a prompt for this. I just need to toggle two things in the Vercel dashboard. Go to the project on vercel.com, click setting environment variables, make sure that the API key is in right, and save it. So yeah, it's not even showing. That's weird. It's not even showing the project on the dashboard. Maybe it just didn't update yet. So this is kind of strange. I just went back to the Vercel dashboard, and it doesn't even show this project there. So it's saying that GitHub integration maybe did not finish yet. It's telling me to basically do what I already did. Oh no, here it is. Yeah, maybe that was the problem. It just didn't fully finish yet. Nope, it's still the problem. Okay. So click add new button and then select project. So I don't need to do that. I just need to check. Go back up. Make sure the API key is right. All right, I checked again and it updated and it's showing on a dashboard now and I clicked it and I'm on the project homepage. I'm not finding where the environment variables are on the project homepage. Where are they? Top menu bar in settings. Okay. Environment variables. They're saying that the label for the key is different than what I copied from. It doesn't make sense. Oh, I see something. Yeah, it is different. That is strange. Wow. Well, I think I found the problem already. Okay. Okay, I noticed something in the variables. It says next public FMP API key. I just checked the env.local file on cursor and it says MP API key. So I must have like not typed in the F because it should be FMP API key. So do I just add an F? So it says FMP API key on the .env local file. Let me know what I should do. Yep, change it in the local file, add an F. Whoa. No, it was there. It's just like, oh, I just had to scroll back. So I copied it. Okay, I see. Okay, my fault. It was there. I just had to like scroll back to see the whole thing. However, on the .env local file, it says next public FMP API key. And I copied and pasted that exactly into the environment variables on Vercel. So that matches exactly what it says on the file in cursor. And I'm looking at the actual key right now and it matches exactly what it says on the cursor file. So that is exactly what it says. You are instructing me to change it to FMP API key, which is different than it's written down on the cursor file. So essentially what I'm saying is the information on the cursor file exactly matches the information in the environment variables in Vercel. So yeah, it says I was right if they exactly match. Saying the most likely thing then is Vercel is like a static snapshot. Even though I added the variables to the settings, the version of the site currently living on the URL doesn't know they exist yet. I gotta trigger a redeploy. So go to the deployments tab in Vercel, click the three dots, and then click redeploy. Okay. So this forces Vercel to build the app again, this time grabbing the keys that I saved. I thought I did that before I deployed it, but anyway. Otherwise, the issue is probably because the key starts with next public, it tells Next.js it's okay to show this key to the browser. If Claude wrote the code to fetch the data from the client side, the browser, it should work. If Claude wrote it to fetch from the server side, it might be looking for the version without the next public in front of it. So if this redeploy doesn't work, they gave me a prompt to give to Claude Code. Right. Nope, still the same error. So I gotta give that prompt to Claude Code. Telling Claude Code the environment variables in Vercel match my local file exactly, but the production site still shows a connection error. So one, check the fetch logic. Are we calling the FMP API from a server component or a client component? Double check the variable. If it's a server component, ensure the code is specifically using the right file and Vercel logs. Help me find the logs in the Vercel dashboard. I will copy and paste any error messages I see there so we can see the exact reason the API is failing. Yeah, as soon as this is like, as soon as it's teaching me about life, man. Because like, as soon as I thought oh, this is it, I'm done. Life is like, nope. As soon as you think that. Nothing is certain in life. Just gotta go with the flow and have the right mindset. The more you try to make life certain, what I've discovered, the more you try to like make it so it's guarantees in life. Like that doesn't work like that. And like think how boring that would be. Like I get it, like people's minds like they want to play it safe. They want to like know that what they're doing is gonna like know exactly where it's gonna get them. Well, anyways, it's saying check if the Vercel deploy passed and tested live. All right, Claude finished doing that prompt and it's telling me to check if the Vercel deploy passed and tested live. What should I do next? Guess the most logical thing would just be to refresh. And it works. Yeah. All right. Gotta show you guys in the right browser though. All right, refresh. Yes, it does. It works. I'm done. Unless I have to like push it to GitHub again. I don't think so. So now I can share the link, mobile polish, check the site on the phone. Fibonacci friend.vercel.app. Oh, I spelled it wrong. Duh. Yeah, it works on my phone. Looks pretty good on the phone. Chart looks a little bit different, but I mean, yeah, that's what I wanted to do. That's awesome. Uh, Says if the chart looks squashed, we can ask Claude for one quick mobile responsive fix. And the chart kind of does. Not when I zoom out though. So I don't know. I don't think that's even necessary. I think, yeah, for right now, like, I'm trying to make these apps so that they solve the problem. If it doesn't look like perfect, then like, it looks good enough, I feel like. And then if people use it and people feel like they're getting value from it, then like then I'll go and make it better later. But it's good. Yeah, everything looks pretty good. The mobile app is like definitely good enough. I think the best thing to do is wait and see if people are using it, and then I'll make it better later. At this point, it looks like very good to me. So I just remembered I want to set up tracking with for this project, and I forget, where do I go on the um analytics, that's right. Enable web analytics, and that's all I had to do. So, oh yeah, and then that's right. So I gotta enable the analytics. Okay. And then I gotta, I think, give Claude another prompt because it's giving me instructions to install our package, start by installing the analytics in the existing project, and then add the React component, and then deploy and visit your site. So let me see. Is there like a prompt that I can give Claude Code that can do all that? Yeah, there is. Awesome. Oh wait, it looks like I gotta copy and paste something. Yep. It looks like for that prompt I have to copy and paste some information. So I'm just gonna paste with you the prompt that I got that I copied from Verso, and then just write me another prompt that includes that I can give to Claude Code. This has been deployed with every push. If I visit, oh, it says already done, no changes needed. This has been deployed with every push. If I visit their production site now, the Verso dashboard should already be collecting page view data. Right, so going to try, oh yeah, that's the other thing, I didn't try different stocks. So Nike. So yeah, I tried Nike stock and Nike is working, and that is showing me something that it looks like it's about to fill a pretty big gap. Well, for Nike, but like $4. Like crypto does it like every day. Nike's been waiting for like a year to fill this gap. Anyway, um, now I just gotta check to make sure it registered in the analytics. So I just refreshed Vercel, the web analytics page. It's taking a while to load. Let's exit the page and reload it. And I mean, this is technically done. I'm just going on to check that the analytics are working. It says they're working, but it doesn't show any visitors or page views yet. So maybe it just like hasn't updated yet. I'm not gonna worry about that right now. I'll check it again tomorrow, and it'll probably show it. Yeah, I know I've been saying before, like I'm gonna have time to get these apps done and then do some marketing afterwards, but I'm super hungry. I gotta eat some food. Um, I feel like the marketing is not that big of a deal. It's super easy what I would show you guys with that. When I do get time to market, and I have the energy, I'll definitely do it. But I think the main thing as far as marketing goes, that's gonna be like I can provide a lot of value, is essentially like um essentially building a marketing engine uh that can like I'll code something that can customize marketing just for this business. And I think I'll be very good at that. And I think can't wait till I get to that level. Still got a lot more tools to make. I want to get it to the point where I'm just like barely even have to like check back with LLMs to check on problems, to where I just like have the whole process down. I'm barely even checking back to my board anymore. I forgot to even like, right? I built it, tested it locally, pushed it to GitHub, just did the Vercel and tracking, and tested it live and set the link. And I'm gonna put the link on the I guess you guys can even see it on the screen right now, but I'll put it on the description for the next video when I make the next app. And for Know It, I will have 30 app links on there, and then I'll be ready for the next phase, whatever that is. So yeah, hopefully you got some value off of what I had to tell you. There's a lot of cool things going on right now. Only just keep learning and getting better every day. It's all about abundance mindset. And yeah, out here doing what we got to do to be where we want to be and see what we want to see, and everything has come easily, staying in the flow, doing what I know. And yeah, I'm out for right now.